Last time out we were racing around the high-speed circuit that is Silverstone. This time we're down under. We're in Australia, in Phillip Island, for the 4 hours of DGFX Racing Season 5 here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. Coming to you after this.
We're all looking to bring as much of the real world into sim racing as we possibly can. Our SimCraft Tilt and Pro Sim Racing pedal sets are here to elevate your rig, improve your consistency into and through the corners, and give you the ability to dial in your perfect pedal feel. Put your feet on the same pedals the pros use. From the braking zone to corner exit, get the most out of every corner with SimCraft.
Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the DGFX Racing Series Season 5 Round 3 from Phillip Island here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me, as always, is Alvin Yevez with Hugo Lewis on the cameras and graphics for you tonight. And, well, Phillip Island, Australia, we usually think of Australia as being hot and sunny. Not tonight. It's light fog. It's 19 degrees air temperature, 20 degrees track temperature. These drivers are going to have a bit of a tricky time in the opening laps of stints with cold tyres. But Alvin, it's certainly one that we've been looking forward to. It's an interesting challenge, is this fantastic circuit.
It definitely will be a fantastic challenge here indeed, and when you also consider the type of racing that we're gonna have here, you know, the multi-class environment that we are here. We got the prototype, the Honda HPDs, the GTEs with the Ford and the Ferrari 488, and then we got the Porsche 911. It's gonna be a really interesting race to say the least, and you know, I'm really looking forward to how teams are going to manage this race, because if last round was a really good indicator, it was really high speed, but there were places where you can bail out if you wanted. Here today, that's not gonna be the case.
Well, we're looking at this. Qualifying is nearly over, so what we'll quickly do is run through your prototype and your GTE field to start with for their grid. So on pole position in your prototype class, it is Bam Workiva, qualifying time of 1 minute 16.557, just 0.028 seconds ahead of Fusion Racing in second place. Race for Cat Motorsport in third, with Team Vikings Monarch in fourth. Simmertalk then, eSports, the number 1 and the number 2, they're in 5th and 6th place, with German Sim Racing.de number 72 in 7th, 4X Racing HPD in 8th, F4H Racing in 9th, with Chaos Brigade in 10th. The rest of your prototype field, 22 cars in that field, by the way, the rest of them coming through on screen now. then we'll have a look at the GTE class then. It's SimRC.de Strawberry on pole position with a 1 minute 22.484 ahead of Fusion Black, just a couple of tenths back from them. SimRC.de Melon, they're in third place with Bam Workiva in fourth. AOD Racing, the first of the Fords, in fifth place with Bad Cactus Racing Blue in sixth. Bam Workiva, the 166 car, in seventh with V-Apex Racing Group GT Red in eighth. TNT Racing Gold ninth. Samba Racing Team rounded out the top 10 of your GTE field. We are waiting for the final couple cars out on track in your GTC field to do their qualifying. They're just coming through to finish their final lap, so we won't give you the grid for that just quite yet. Last couple of cars just coming across the line to finish their laps. In fact, the last one is going to be Aggie Motorsports Blue, who we saw doing quite well last time out. They're going to be coming across the line very shortly to set their final lap time. So with that, let's have a look at the GTC field then. It is SimRC.de Kiwi ahead of their concept patriots in the Lemon car. On pole position on the front row there, about 1/10 of a second between the two of them there. Probatum Racing Academy third with GTN Racing fourth. War Dogs fifth with Berlin Simsports sixth with Aggie Motorsports Blue seventh. Race for Cat Motorsport Red in 8th, Peregrine Yellow 9th, and Tall Creek Racing Radio in 10th place. We've got a 57 car field, Alvin, and this is going to be with the prototypes doing 1 minute 16s in qualifying. This is going to be just traffic straight away for those guys.
And that'll be pretty much the topic of discussion here today, how those prototypes will be able to manage traffic, because yes, the track is really high speed, but with that said, because of how this track is laid out, those GTEs and GTCs will definitely have a big challenge in here today once they commit into those turns. How those prototype teams will be able to manage to go through them, well, that is one of the things we will have to find out here today.
Absolutely, we're going to be getting a rolling start. It is a full lap around here, and Alvin, just looking at the track then, there are a few good overtaking spots here, and it's all about carrying the speed out of a couple of these corners to carry the speed down some of the longer straights.
It certainly is, as especially that complex from Swan Corner all the way to Doohan Corner into the Southern Loop, perhaps one of the two fastest corners that we have here in Phillip Island, and it's very important to try to carry that speed. But once you get into that Southern Loop, you can really get caught off guard, because it kind of goes a little bit off camber, then it goes uphill, downhill, but also very important to get that speed to trying to maintain it. Another place that will be really interesting to see how the teams how teams actually get to manage it will be the section from after we get from Siberia all the way to Lucky Heights. There's really not much place to go through, especially when you are the faster class and trying to overtake the slower cars. Will be really interesting here today.
And of course, you've got the really tight downhill braking zone into turn number 10, and basically, you know, that's really going to be it's going to be tricky for them, because the faster cars are wanting to be coming through and making the moves, but then it's a really tight hairpin that you've only really got one line through there, so it certainly is going to be tricky for them all. But they're all pretty much on the grid now, just waiting for the final car to get on grid, and then we will be away. The iRacing roof pace car will be pulling away, and well, this is going to be interesting. It's all about getting your tyres up to temperature, just getting your brakes up to temperature as well as they're going down here. And just want to remind you that the official partners of DGFX Racing are DIYSim.com, a SimCraft company. DIYSim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion system, motion chassis kit needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the result of these two pursuits. Combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's DIYSim.com, a SimCraft company. And also, it's the DGFX Racing Series is brought to you by My Opinion and therefore Fact, a racing podcast. A couple of race fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Make sure you check out motf.com, that's MOATF.com, to check out their podcasts. They do some fantastic work, and it's good to have them on board with the GGFX Racing Series. So we'll be hearing about them a little bit later on in this broadcast. But Alvin, we're on the warm-up lap. Final predictions. What can we expect here?
I think it will be a really tight race. Yes, it is 4 hours, but it's gonna be 4 hours of lots of action. Very high speed track that we are in here today, but a lot of patience will be definitely needed because there's really not much escape roads here, unlike Silverstone where we were on the last round. If you make a mistake, yeah, you have the big runoff areas, but up here you make a mistake, you go into the grass, and this grass is really slippery, and well, even though the walls are really far away, it's not really that hard to actually get to them.
Certainly not indeed. Well, we're getting round towards the penultimate corner now. The drivers will be getting all set for the start of this one. And these drivers, it's all about getting a good run out of there. Of course, you've got an acceleration zone that the admins of the series have set up, so the drivers won't be able to go until they see there's an acceleration area that they're coming up to. So your pole position man, Alex Ellis, is at the wheel. He's getting ready for the start. This race is going to hit the loud pedal. Away we go then. 4 hours around Phillip Island in the GFX Racing Series. And already Bangworth making a good breakaway at the start. Pulling away a couple of tenths at the start of that one. Good clean start for them, but it's all about turn number 2. Turn number 2 is where the chaos can happen. And so far, so good for everybody going through. Their GT cars now are going through. They've started their race coming down towards turn number 1. And well, it is CMRC.de, Strawberry and Melon heading it up, but Fusion Black trying to get involved in there as they go into turn number 2. Everyone behaving as well. And then your GTC cars, they're going to be starting this race as well now. Across the line they go. And these Porsches, they're going to have an interesting time of it. Oh, this car already tried to go down the inside, and it looked like one of the core cars. And, well, drama already. Nope, not cause, sorry, I'm used to the orange and black. It's GTN Racing, I do apologise to them. But through we go. There was a little bit of contact in that pack, but everyone able to get through. And already, Alvin, your prototypes, they're going through to the final corner. They are already at the end of the lap, just as GTC have started.
And this shows you the difference in speed that we have from these prototypes all the way to the GTC class. The number 168 already finishing lap number 1 and going into turn 1 doing corner. It'll be a massive difference in speed. Really interesting once these leaders start catching the back of the GTC class, how they will be able to handle it. Absolutely,
there is a battle for 4th overall. Team Vikings Mona and Simotalk Esport 1. They're battling out for that 4th place at the moment. We've seen how those Simotalk cars have basically not been the best in qualifying, but have been able to work through and get through towards the front of the field by the end of the race. That's certainly what happened last time out at Silverstone. But at the moment, everybody's staying as you were. Your GTE field, look at the leader. He's already got a 2-second lead. Gianni Vecchio, in the CMRC.de Strawberry car is pulled out clear of Fusion Black, who have split the two CMRC.de cars. They're through into second place with CMRC.de Melon. Lucas Dolzer there in 3rd place, and the rest of your GTE cars is battling away because Dolzer making the move there on Fusion Black. They're going through side by side, heading towards Lukey Heights. And well, Fusion Black holding that outside line. That's able to hold that speed around there, down onto brakes. All that tight downhill right-hand hairpin at turn number 10, and able to hold on to that second place. Your GTC field, there's about half a second between the two leaders in that one at the moment, so they're able to carry on together. But Chaos Brigade, what's happened to them? They're side by side with GermanSimRacing.de, the 72 car, heading towards Honda Corner. onto the brakes, and Chaos Brigade, there's locked brakes, there's all sorts happening there, and well, they're going to still keep it side by side, and I think Racing Community Water are trying to get involved in this one as well, trying to make it 3 wide. On the exit there, Chaos Brigade still in that 9th place there, Alvin. Already drama happening in your prototypes there.
Yeah, what a fantastic race we are having in here so far. We're only in lap 3 of this race, and we are seeing action all over the place. We got this midfield battle here for what is essentially P number 8 all the way down with German Sim Racing.de at the lead of this pack. But Paul, I gotta say, all over the field, we're having fantastic battles. And in your GTE classes, yes, SimRC.de holding P1 and P3 as they do also in the GTC class. Well, actually, I think something happened to one of the SimRC.de. I see the number 76 because he was running in P number 3, so he's in P number 4. So SimRC.de Lemon not having the race start that they wanted to.
Chaos Brigade have made their way through now on the German SimRacing.de. So that's finally got them up into 8th place, but that's lost them about 2.5 seconds, that battle in there from the group in front. So that group in front have made a breakaway, and well, let's have a look at your GTE field then. As you mentioned, and all sorts going on throughout this field, and you've got close battling for 8th place in that. That's F4H Motorsport and V Apex Racing. They're coming through turns number 1 and 2. And certainly those guys came pretty close between them for the time being, and heading down towards Honda Corner once again. TNT Racing Gold just closing up to the back of them here, and F4H, little mistake, got nowhere near the apex of Honda Corner. Send it a postcard.
Oh my God, sorry to interrupt you, but we got already contact here. Oh my God, it's a big incident. The 196 going into Swan Corner. This is a big one, Paul.
Oh yes, that is a big one, and we've got a caution flag up in the air, and well, we'll see what happened on a replay. And well, this is it. This is the first of the lap traffic really that's been getting involved, and who it is that's involved there? It is Berlin Sim Sport trying to get out the way. The back end goes out on them. They're trying to keep out the way of those prototypes, and well, they've got nowhere to go. They get collected by that prototype car, and that's a huge incident because he then goes flying, does the Racing Community.de water car. Massive incident, and well, already this is it. This is what's happened, and well, the conditions won't be really paying anything into that. That was just a little bit of contact and around the car when that Porsche really, Alvin, had nowhere to go.
Absolutely, and you know, and this was one of the turns that we were really interested to see how the HPDs were gonna be able to manage the slower cars. And well, we already saw the trouble that they can get. You know, those Porsches, yeah, they need pretty much all that turn to get in. I think the Porsche gave just a little bit of space, but unfortunately, well, you know, sometimes that little space is just not enough. And well, we are under full course yellow now.
We certainly are under full course yellow, and yeah, this is where now the admins of the series are going to get a little bit busy now. They're going to be trying to just manage this and trying to get everybody into order here. And well, looking at this, we've definitely got the 174 in the pits and out, because that was heavy damage after they went for a little bit of a flying lesson there. Other cars, well, obviously they're going to be staying out for the time being because they don't want to get any penalties, because of course you can't just jump into the pits straight away here in this series, Alvin. You've got to wait for the pit window to open here under a caution.
And that is one of the things that we have here in this series. You know, even though we have full course yellows, yeah, we gotta wait until race control actually opens the pits. Although I really don't see anybody coming into the pits this time around. If there is any indication from last race, I think most, if not all, of the teams are going to wait until it's absolutely necessary to come in. And well, one thing, you know, speaking about pit strategy here today, the track conditions are really cool, unlike last race at Silverstone. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams, once they come into the pits, if they go for double stints.
Yeah, I think really, if you're going to be pitting, you want to double stint the tyres, that's for sure, because you're not really working the tyres. I mean, there are a few long radius corners around here, and certainly high speed corners, but the temperature is not there in the track, so you're not going to really be putting that much through the tyre. So yeah, I don't see the need to change tyres at every pit stop. But certainly, well, Alex Ellis has picked up the pace car now, so we are behind the pace car, and we'll have to wait for race control to open, and that purely for any cars that have damage. And oh, we've got him all checked up further down, and this is a problem when you've got a pace car, and the drivers were warned about this in the driver's briefing for this event, that when you're going into the pace car, can't keep the full pace car speed around the turn number 10 hairpin, and also Honda corner as well. So they were all warned that it could all check up there behind the pace car, and that's exactly what we were seeing just then. All the GTE cars just getting up away and finally able to get going again, Alvin.
Yeah, and that will be one of the things that we're gonna have to deal with here today. You know, once they go into full course yellow, going into Honda corner and number 10, it's gonna be really hard for the team, especially as you get into the middle all the way to the back of the snake here. Trying to remember to keep that gap. Yes, race control has warned all the teams that there's gonna be no tolerance towards any contact that happens under full course yellow during under those turns.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been very adamant that this is what's going to be, and well, you know, this is the way it's going to be. And this, to be honest, you know, these are all, you know, all competing at one of the highest levels here in the DGFX Racing League, and well, we've seen some fantastic racing. Last time out at Silverstone, we had the amazing situation, Alvin, that we had one car going about an hour of 90 minutes on their first stint, stint because of the safety cars. But the race eventually calmed down, and we got to see what the true pace and true stint length was for different cars. And hopefully, this is just the first and hopefully only pace car we get today.
And I absolutely hope that is the case in here at 12, Paul. But you know, that is one of the things here that we have in this series. You know, the chance of getting full course yellows in case of big incidents that happen. And I'm getting the word from race control that pits will be open this lap around.
Oh, you beat me to it, Alvin. You beat me to it with the pit road getting open. So yeah, so we're going to see basically anybody who has any damage, really. You're not going to see anybody who, for strategy reasons, will be doing a pit stop here. So it's just purely if they've got damage, you'll be seeing drivers coming in, maybe getting a bit of a fix there. And hopefully we'll be getting back underway so far. As, well, race control just keeping everyone up to date as to what everybody's what the plans are regarding this, and just have to see how many cars do come onto pit road then, if any. Well, there is definitely one of the prototypes coming on. That's Motef Racing Podcast. They're definitely onto pit road here. So that's one car certainly getting some damage fixed. It was mainly just the prototypes that got involved in that one, Alvin, that big incident, and yeah, Motef, David Lee Patterson having to just sit there on pit road, get a bit of repairs. We have lost the racingcommunity.de water car, who certainly went for unexpected flying lessons in that incident, but Motef obviously were the ones who collected that one. And well, yeah. Alvin, good news is that we're going to go green at the end of this lap as well.
Yeah, absolutely going green after this lap around. I was expecting some of the GTC cars, and well, yep, the number 81 coming into the pits. He was running in last place in your GTC class, so I think this is a really smart strategy. Come into the pit, perhaps get some fuel, maybe even change tires. You know, you are in last place, so there's really nothing to lose.
Well, it's George Gruber in the Talk Freak Racing Radeon car then. He's on to pit road for this stop. And I'm amazed that the, as I say this, the 196 didn't come into the pits, and he's just gone for a little bit of a half spin there whilst we're behind the pace car, obviously getting caught up behind the rest of the field. But Talk Freak Radio back up underway out of the pits, whereas and also Motef Racing Podcast there out of the pit road as well. So we're going to be going green this time by. And if you're Fusion Racing in second place, Alvin, do you try and stick behind Bamwork either to try and just save a lot of fuel, stay in that slipstream, or do you basically attack straight away?
I think the way this race may unfold, I think it could be a wise strategy to stay behind the car in front of you, because we really don't know if this is going to be the only full course yellow. Of course, we hope it is, but given the circumstances of this track, I think this will not be the only full course yellow. So perhaps trying to play the strategy game right now, I think it is the wisest move to make now.
Well, here we go then. We're going to be seeing that iRacing.com pace car going to be peeling off to the driver's left, and it'll be up to Bam Workiva to once again manage the pace of this field. No accelerator until they reach the overtaking zone. Under strict instructions by race control here, coming round that final corner. Very eager, and look at Fusion Racing, they're right up underneath the gearbox. They're eager, they're willing, they're waiting, and now they'll go away. We're going to get the green flag in the air once again. We are green. Well, let's hope that we can get a bit more racing this time by as we head down towards turn number 1. Single file restart, of course, here. That's what happens in these pace cars, single file restarts, and that's what we're getting here, down towards turn number 2 already, those prototypes. And it's incredible the speed that they could carry through that corner, 90 miles an hour on an off-camber corner there. The GTCs, they're all coming through as well into turn number 2. And they're all staying as they were for the time being, just seeing how it goes. Just further down the pack there is a little bit of chopping and changing with Delta, 49 Motorsports changing positions. In fact, they're side by side, and they're just going to lose out that position to German simracing.de down into Honda corner. Very tight hairpin here. Still going to be side by side with German simracing.de. Not able to get the position. GTC, it is simrc.de Kiwi at the front of that field, and they had pulled out a little bit of a gap until we got that safety car, so it's going to be all that hard work once again that they'll have to do here. And well, these cars, of course, all just working away, just trying to get back into a rhythm. And this is the thing, Alvin, you have a safety car like that, a safety car period, it just breaks up any sort of rhythm that you were trying to build in the opening parts of this race. Now you've just got to get back into the swing of things and just get going again.
That is one of the things that, when you get full course yellow, you get into a rhythm, and then all of a sudden it gets breaking down. Yeah, it could kind of mess with your mind just a little bit, but it is as important to try to, keep the concentration as much as you can. And, well, we got a battle here between the number 5 and the number 88 as the Chaos Brigade takes P number 10 from GT Temple Racing. And, well, they are battling here side by side.
Yeah, they certainly were. In fact, Chaos Brigade, they're in 11th place at the moment in your prototype field. Going out of Siberia there, heading up through these fast left, right, then up into Lukey Heights. It's a slightly off-camber corner if you don't want to run out too wide, because it just draws your car out into the grass on the outside, then hard onto the brakes, downhill into turn number 10, the right-hander. Practically full lock to the right there for these cars, and through they go. And Chaos Brigade, they didn't get up to 8th place in that first opening part of the race, but obviously that incident just caused them to lose a few positions, and now they're on a mission. They're trying to charge through here, Alvin, and it's that German simracing.de 72 car and also the GT Temple Racing number 5 car that they've got their sights set on first.
Certainly, yes, and that is one of the things that when you have a race that is this long, you cannot let a small incident get you down, because there is 4 hours, so there's still plenty of racing to go here. So it's just a matter of trying to get your composure back up, trying to get into a rhythm and try to do the best you can. Now, going into the GT class, I am from all the Ferraris that we have here, the highest place for GT that we have right now is running in P number 5, AOD Racing number 67. And I gotta say, Paul, this track, I think this is the track that really will favor the Ford GT. It is a really high-speed track, and these Ford GTs, they really do get to use that downforce for sure.
They certainly do, but there's a lot of there's a couple of slower corners thrown in there for good measure as well. So it's a tricky course to get right, but you would think with the superior aerodynamics of that car, the high-speed corners, mid to high-speed corners would suit this car more than Ferrari. But the Ferrari, from my experience of driving it compared to the Ford, it's a little bit more forgiving in its driving, so you're able to push that little bit harder, more consistently than say like the Ford.
Yeah, and that is one of the two major differences from the Ford versus the Ferrari. The Ferrari, yes, it does have downforce, but it's kind of like it feels more like a GT car. It has more of the mechanical grip that is really characteristic of the GT cars. The Ford GT, on the other hand, it kind of handles more like a prototype car, so you really have to use that downforce to your advantage. You always have to be 100% pushing and hoping that downforce, that rear wing, that rear diffuser, everything is working together and hoping that it's there for you to keep the car planted on track.
Yep, certainly, and they're putting the pressure on our AOD, but at the moment, Blackadder Motorsports in front just can't get past it for the time being. The prototypes, they're going to be coming up towards your GTC field now, and Alex Ellis already caught up to the back of that car that got involved in all that shenanigans at the start of this race, the 196. He's passed that car now, so the prototypes, they're into the GTCs, and this is where you need to start seeing a little bit of compromise, as we're seeing second place Fusion Racing really getting caught up behind that GTC car. Luckily, the next corner it just held up their compatriot and their competitor there, and we're able to stay ahead. But it just goes to show, and we say that it's every time with prototype racing, with multi-class racing, traffic can change everything in an instant, Alvin.
And traffic is pretty much the main topic when you are talking multi-class. Now, we know that the prototypes, it kind of seems like they are struggling just a little bit to go around the Porsches here. So once they get through the GTEs, that's where things are gonna get really interesting, because when it comes in terms of downforce levels, yes, the prototypes have more downforce than the GTEs, but it's not really that much, and it's gonna be really hard to get the overtakes done.
And you look at this, look at the way that they're going through the traffic already. The leader went from 1.7 seconds ahead of Fusion Racing at the end of that last lap. We're going to see what the gap is across the line, but I'm telling you now, it's going to be a lot bigger, and it is in fact 4.4 seconds between the first and second place. So traffic is affected here, but look at this battle. Simotok, he's 5 prototypes altogether going into turn number 1 from 4th to 9th. Brilliant stuff from these guys. They're all battling away, and well, that which car is that? That's been hung out to dry there. It's the number what number is that? In fact, it's the F4H racing car. We got there in the end. There you got hung out to dry around turn number 2. There's one of the Porsches has gone off into the gravel. The number 1 Simotok car trying to make the move here, but look at this queue of prototypes here, Alvin. It's suddenly they're battling from nowhere.
Yeah, that the number 11 Porsche, it kind of seems like that they wanted nothing to do with all these prototypes. In fact, this kind of looks like the Wednesday night Skip Barber race that we had here at Phillip Island. All those prototypes are racing really hard going into turn number 1, so it's really good to see as well. We had one prototype going really off track. It's number 173, and they managed to get the tire wall just a little bit, but they're able to continue.
Yeah, and Racing Community.de fire it was, and it was at Lukey Heights. We said how easy it is to get out wide and into the barrier, and that's exactly what happened to them. And getting back on track, they've just lost control again. That's not good. But looking at these prototypes then, down towards turn number 1, GT Temple Racing, 10th place. Somehow the Chaos Brigade has finally made it past them here, and they're also battling German Sim Racing.de, number 72 car, that's 10th and 11th. But all these cars here, looking at this forward, the Team Vikings now, they've got a little bit of a gap ahead of them. Contact, big contact, into 72 is around at Honda corner, trying to get past some of the Porsches, got onto the grass, couldn't get on the brakes hard enough, and off they go. And who was that they collected at the prototypes?
Number 5.
That was number 5 car, yeah, absolutely. So not a good outing for them, and that's dropped them down to 17th from well, they were 11th place.
Yeah, and it kind of shows, you know, when you're racing really hard, trying to, especially on these battles, it's definitely really hard. And well, we also got the number 181 off as well.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they actually made it to the wall. And you know what? It's a little bit of contact, a little bit of knock on the left, knock on the right, knock on the left, knock on the right, and off they go into the wall. GTC traffic involved there, as well as another prototype. Back up and running though is the 181. Well, I feel, Alvin, we're going to have a very busy day here now, because it's just drama and excitement everywhere. That Toxic Racing car looks a bit beaten up as well.
And certainly, yes, also the number 17 also had a little bit of a moment going into Siberia. Fortunately, no contact with anybody. They were able to continue. They are right now running in what is... if I can get my bearings straight here, with with all the chaos that's been happening so far in only one lap, so gotta say a lot of action going on right now. So F4H Motorsports running around in P number 17.
And the 67 car has had a spin at turn number 2. Oh, we've got a Porsche sideways as well. Can he hold on to it? No, he can't. It's the 115 Probatum Racing Academy car. They're around now. They made a little bit of, just slightest bit of contact with one of the prototypes. They're back up and running now, and well, they're dropping down positions here. And well, in 5th place in GTC of Probatum Racing Academy. So they've certainly dropped down from 2nd place there. Not good so far. And everyone just needs to calm down a little bit. Just maybe realise that it is a 4-hour race here, but the gloves are off straight away, and they're knocking 7 bells out of each other.
Well, sometimes you have to go, but if there is one thing that these Porsches have is, in comparison to the prototypes, the Porsches can take a lot more damage in comparison to the HPDs for sure. So perhaps the Porsches, they can have the luxury of perhaps putting the car in places where they don't want the HPDs to overtake. So it'll be pretty much up to the HPDs to decide, do they want to risk it, or is it better to wait until the next turn?
All I'm saying is I'm glad I'm not in race control right now, because it's going to be very busy for them today here in this one. Certainly not ideal, but everybody's just calming down now a little bit, just hopefully just getting into a rhythm, getting used to it. I mean, you look at I've got a track map here up on my screen here, and it's just full of cars. There's no real gap in traffic. It's just now traffic everywhere, and it's all about managing that traffic. It's all about working your way through, catching the cars at the right time, not letting slower traffic affect you too greatly, but also not hindering people too much if you can help it as well, if you say like in the GTE or GTC class, because that could adversely affect your race as well. And it's just it's all a bit hectic at the moment, Alvin. I think is the word that I'll use, hectic.
Hectic indeed, and as I say hectic, the number 168, the overall leader, so already going through the GTE class as well. So they already went through the GTCs. Now they gotta go through a slightly faster GTE class, and well, this is gonna be a lot harder than trying to go around a Porsche for sure.
I will tell you what, look at the gap that they've got now. 11 seconds is the gap between first and second. It was 7.7 at the end of the last lap, so Fusion Racing, they're just having an absolute nightmare with traffic here so far. And I tell you what, if I'm Fusion Racing, I'm praying for a yellow flag right now just to bring Black and Motorsports back into it.
That could be the case, but you know, I also think that the number 22 perhaps are trying to play it a lot more safe than just trying to go into hot pursuit of the number 168. And I think, Paul, that is a really smart strategy considering how this race has gone so far, and from what we have seen on the previous 2 rounds. I think the strategy that the number 22 they are employing right now, I think it is a smart strategy. But with that said, the number 14 right behind the number 22, so playing it safe, you know, it is good, but also that battle for P2, it's really hard.
It certainly is, and you know, we didn't even mention how the standings are, because, well, we basically got straight into it, that's for sure. But you know, when you consider the standings and how things are, as I'm trying to get them up on my screen at the moment. In fact, we've got a car going slow, the 153. Really slow out the Honda, and I think they've made a mistake there. Oh, yeah. Well, I say they made a mistake. There was side by side was the 153 with 189 Team ISDC rig share, and well, got onto the brakes into Honda corner, and that 189 car just snaps around back end and into that, collects that 153.
It certainly is. Now the number 168 catching the heavy portion of GTE traffic, and well, we got the number 17 off track again. The F4H Motorsports are going off track again and going into these summer loops. I'm trying to get clear exactly what happened. I think they're trying to go around the number 81. Perhaps they got a little bit too much speed, and well, once you get the rear into the grass, it's pretty much game over.
Certainly do. And oh, we've got a car around the 160 at Honda corner. It's almost exactly what we just saw with one of the other prototypes as well. Back end locks up the rear wheels and around he goes. This time doesn't collect anyone, but has gone from 7th down to 11th, possibly 12th now, because Unicorn Endurance are going through on them. And well, Eric Lucas certainly not happy with himself for that little mistake there. But once again, we're seeing cars getting caught out by under braking, the prototypes under braking into Honda corner. Are these conditions with the cold temperature of the track just affecting things so far?
And that could be one possibility, Paul, because you know we try to expect a little bit of a warmer set. Usually on race day, but I think the track conditions in here today, I think it has got many things off track, and well, we got another car off track, the number 169 into turn number 10.
Yeah, and they were side by side with the German simracing.de car, and around they go. They sat there patiently waiting for others, and they got out the way. They decided to reverse it out the way. They're back up and running now, but down to 20th place now for that 169. And well, this is just it's absolute madness. We've got another car running slow, and that's a Simotok number 2 car, David Taranto. It's down at Honda corner, and is it going to be another case of getting caught? Oh no, it's traffic this time, Alvin. And well, he comes up into the corner. There's traffic everywhere, and oh, it's a GTE car that just taps him round under the Fords. Tapped him round, and I believe that was the Delta 49 Motorsports car.
Well, I got an even better one for you. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. The number 160 again off track into Honda corner, but this time they were battling with the number 16. They were all the way on the outside, but instead of trying to make the turn, they decided to go through the escape route.
Well, that's very sensible, really, to do that. You know, if you realise you're not going to make it, and end up going off. Leader, by the way, 15.3 seconds ahead of second place, and that gap is just growing all the time here. And, well, the Simotok number 2 car, there's all sorts of drama going on. That's down at, is that Siberia? Is that number 2? Turn number 2, there was cars just going wide, there was contact, and that Simotok number 2 car, David Taranto, not having the best couple of laps here, having to get out of it, and has lost another couple of positions in that. And, well, it's really, it's not the best of days for Simotok number 2 car, considering that they're your championship leaders, Alvin.
Yeah, definitely not having the best of days here right now, running in P number 13, and got a battle right behind on the number 27 and the number 16, with the number 27 getting the advantage here going into the side loop. But you know, a lot of action going on around here with only 30 minutes into this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Just enough for 3 hours and 26 minutes in this race to go. And AOD, they're off now at turn number 1, turn number 2. Had an incident themselves there, a little bit of contact, I believe. Yeah, just a little bit of contact with the GTC car and went off, but managed to not get too much damage there. Yeah. Lots to look at here. I'm trying to find is just something just to settle down and watch as AOD actually trying to make a recovery here. Run wide at Honda Corner, trying to make the move on TNT Racing Gold. They're going to go side by side into Siberia. As we, well, you can see the track map on screen. It's all bunched up really at the moment, is the field. There is some gaps out there on track, but certainly not ideal for some of these drivers and teams for them today out there, and it's going to be difficult. I can tell you, a good battle here is for third place in your GTE class, Alvin, and that is SimRC.de Mellon, Lucas Dolza, and Bad Cactus Racing Blue, Matt Quinn, battling away, as I say, for that final podium position in your GTE class.
Certainly, yes, and you know, battles all over the place now. If you want to see who is having a really hard day in here today, if anybody gets a chance to get a view of the blimp cam, I'm pretty sure the guy whoever is driving that blimp is really having a hard day, because it's barely any visibility from the top in here.
It's well, it's if you can see through the fog actually with that sort of view, and well, trying to watch this one. Blue Cactus Racing, they're not really close enough to make the move for the time being. Unicorn Endurance, they've been swapping positions. Simotok spot number 2 finally starting to make a bit of a recovery, so that's the first position that they've gained back. David Taranto moving up 1 place there, up into 12th now on their recovery. And we have got a black flag, Alvin, and I'm sure you'll be able to find out who it's for shortly as well. So somebody's going to have a 60-second stop and hold penalty, and I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's going on here, Alvin, because it's certainly a bit busy out there. Chaos Brigade have made it up to 5th place now. We saw them drop down to about 11th or 12th by that first that safety car that we had there, and it's GT Temple Racing, the number 1 of them. They're the ones who've got the black flag there for avoidable contact, and well, everybody, this is it. This is one of the features of this series, Alvin. We've got live stewarding going on, so if there is incidents, protests can be put in and decisions can be made in the race.
Certainly, yes, and you know, that is one of the things that really separates this series from many of the other multi-class series, the fact that you have live race control. It's not like you can just go around and just do whatever you want and then just pretty much solve it after the race. No, these things are gonna be solved here in the race, and well, if you misbehave, somebody will be looking at you.
We'll be looking at you indeed, that's for sure. Simotok number 2 are making their recovery, and they're up a position, and we've got a car on pit road, one of the prototypes. It's the number 72 car, JumpSimRacing.de. So they've gone onto pit road now to get a pit stop. Don't know whether it was some damage or whether it's scheduled, although it's a little early for it to be scheduled.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, all action all over the track here right now. I'm trying to see what battles are here, because there are plenty of battles here that we can go through around. And oh my god, there's an incident here going into what is, if I do have my bearings right here correctly, it's turn number 10, I think it is.
The downhill hairpin.
Yes.
And I haven't seen that instant. So Alvin, take it away.
Well, it was the, if I do remember, it was the number 66. No, no, it wasn't. It wasn't turn number 10. It was actually on the corner. It was between the 66 and the number 14, if I do have my bearings correctly. No, it's not the 66. It was the number 195 going into Honda corner. The number 14 trying to go on the inside, but locked the brakes.
Yeah, and well, it's so easy to make mistakes around here, and certainly these guys, they're all on the edge here, and they're all trying to push on. By the way, race leader now 23. Oh no, it's gone down to 22 seconds. Is that race lead at the moment? So it was 23 seconds, just dropped down a little bit with traffic. But good news is we're almost 40 minutes into this race here. And Simotok Esports number 1. This is a battle for 5th place. They're in number 6, the 6th place. Road Bastards Green are in 5th place. They want that position. Just Simotok Esports number 1. Heading down towards turn number 1. Down the Gardner Straight. Turn number 1, of course, doing corner, and then Southern Loop number 2. It's so difficult to get that. It's so difficult to get it right when you go through this left-hander. It's so easy just to run right, carry too much speed through there. And look at that Simotok right up underneath the gearbox, looking to the left, trying to make a move for that 5th place overall. Down into Honda corner, but there's some lap traffic here, and it's Black Animal Sports in the GTE car. They're having to get out of the way, so it's just going to break up that little bit of a battle for the time being. And Simotok, we're just going to be a bit more patient now and wait for their turn. In fact, they're slow coming out of Siberia, and that's allowed F4H Racing to catch up there with them. So all of a sudden, going from attacking for 5th, for 4th should I say, they're now defending for that 6th place.
It absolutely is. And you know, all these prototypes going around the number 66 at Lukey High Side. I think that is one of the toughest corners here in multi-class racing, trying to go around the outside. It's really risky, but these prototypes actually making it work.
They certainly are making it work, but that's it. They've got the aerodynamic downforce to be able to do that. Now, Fusion Racing are in 2nd place in the race overall, but Fusion Black are in 2nd place in the GTE field, and in fact, they're half a second, just under half a second behind CMRC.de Strawberry, heading into Honda corner. They got caught up behind traffic, did your GTE field. And, well, this has allowed Fusion Black just to catch that little bit more up behind them. They're now just, like I say, just under half a second between them here. And Alvin, these two, they want to be battling, but they want to take it careful as well to not get caught up in any shenanigans.
Yeah, the number 77 and the number 8, Gianni Vecchio versus Peter Smith, going right here into Lukey Heights for the GTE class lead here in the race. Peter Smith trying to keep as much as he can behind Gianni Vecchio, and I think he may have a run here coming here into Swan corner. Let's see what Peter Smith can do here. Now the number 77 coming here into the last turn to finish what is lap number 27 and start another loop around here, Phillip Island. Kind of looks like the number 8, well, he didn't get the run that he wants, so he's going to have to get a little bit more traffic and try to do it all over again.
Yeah, it certainly is, and didn't quite work out for him then. And Top Freak Racing Corkscrew, they're off track now, and that's at Siberia, and I believe they've done that all by themselves there. In fact, their teammate in the prototype had just lapped them, and they went just round there and just looped the back end round, half spin, and able to carry on the 182. So that's fine for them, but that's them down in 18th in class. Your GTCs would not really be mentioning them much really in this race. Let's give it a bit of attention. GTN Racing in second place and SimRC.de Lemon in third. That is a battle for the second step of the podium here as they come through that final corner now. And you look at this, you're already 3 laps down on your race leader, and certainly of WR Racing coming onto the track ahead of them actually. So they've had an incident down the pit straight. What on earth has happened to them? Down the pit straight. Oh, it was it was Talk Freak Racing. It's Talk Freak Racing prototype that got caught there. In that one, there were 4 wide going down that back straight, that front straight, Alvin, down the Gardner Straight, and well, WR Racing, the innocent party there.
They absolutely were. You know, that'll be it. They got really lucky that they didn't hit any wall or anything. So that was an absolutely scary moment here. We want to talk about scary moments here. How about the Chaos Brigade going into turn number 10?
I tell you what didn't help with that one as well was the Blackadder Motorsport race leading car actually tagged the Talk Freak Racing car that caused that incident for WR. So that could be interesting if they end up getting a penalty for that incident, because they definitely did move left onto that Talk Freak Racing car, and well, interesting stuff. FROH Racing as well, and NAB, they're battling away with the Road Bastards now. Road Bastards up to third place, so all sorts of changes going on in this one. We're reaching the 45-minute mark of this race. Just to give you a quick rundown of the top 8 standings of your race here. So your overall leader is Bam Workiva in first place, 27.5 seconds ahead of Fusion Racing in second. Road Bastards in third ahead of NAB Racing. Fourth is FRH Racing with Race for Cat Motorsport. Fourth is NAB. Fifth is FRH Racing, I should say fifth. Sixth is Race for Cat Motorsports with 7th and 8th with Cimatop Esports, number 2 and number 1 car. In your GTE, in fact, Top Freak Racing Sunset are in a wall now. They're planted into a wall, and I believe there's contact with a GTC car, and it is. And it's the 196. Oh, and there was multiple cars involved in that one. Top Freak Racing Sunset having to go back to the pits. So, disaster for them in the prototype class. Looking at your GTC field at the moment as it stands, your leader is SimRC.de Strawberry. Second place, Fusion Black with SimRC.de Melon in third place. Bam Workiva in fourth with Delta 49 Motorsports in fifth place. That's the number 47 car. Sixth place for Bad Cactus Racing Blue. Seventh AOD Racing number 67. And then 8th place is Graphite Racing GTE in your GTE class. And then in GTC class, your top 8 is SimRC.de Kiwi, then GTN Racing, SimRC.de Lemon, only 0.2 of a second behind them in third place going down the Gardner Straight. Fourth place for Berlin Simsport, number 87, with Probatum Racing Academy in fifth, who've had a little bit of drama earlier on in this race at Lukey Heights. Sixth place for Wild Dogs, seventh for Aggie Motorsports, and eighth place Peregrine Yellow. That is your top 8 as it stand at the moment. And Alvin, while I'm going on there, I'm sure there's about 17 different incidents that happened in this one, because it's been all action in this first hour.
All action indeed, and I gotta say pretty much most of the Porsche class, I think that even though they are trying to keep themselves out of the way, out the faster cars, they are definitely having a hard time in here today. But you know, this race, when you talk a 4-hour race, it is pretty much trying to survive and patience. Those are the 2 key things that every team will have to do in here today. And well, we got the number 133 off track in turn number 1.
Yeah, they certainly are. I'm trying to find out how they got there. There's a little bit of contact, so it's a prototype, a GTC. Oh, that prototype was the 14th place German Sim Racing D 153 car. It was coming down the middle of a GTC and GTE, turned into turn number 1 and made contact with 133. Both cars able to carry on in that one though.
Oh my god, and more contact here into Siberia. We got the number 47, the number 195 as well. So all sorts of action happening in this lap as well.
Yeah, certainly so. Looking at that one then, Siberia. And, well, the 173 having to take a bit of a wider line, getting caught out by the GTC car. The 47 gets into the side of the 195, then gets caught up in that one, goes up on two wheels to the 195. Able to land on its all four wheels again, though. On all cars, still able to carry on going here. So, but that Racing Community D Fire down to 19th in class in your prototype class now, Alvin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after this race, they are going to be a lot of second-hand car sales, because these cars are definitely not gonna be the same way that they started the race. We got, I'm pretty sure, lots of banned body parts that we're gonna have in here today. Perhaps some team may be able to replace them here and there, but absolutely, this is a race here that it's all about survival.
Well, here we are. It certainly is a race to survive. It's a race of attrition here. We've only officially lost one car so far, and that's the Racing Community water car, the one that went for a bit of a flight earlier on in this race. Battle for third place in your race overall. It is Road Bastards versus NAB. That's third and fourth at the moment, heading towards turn number one now. That's around that right-hander, then into the tough off-camber left-hander. It's all about carrying speed out that corner, and he's getting caught up as NAB behind that GTC traffic, and all of a sudden F4H are now involved in this battle. They've got the momentum, heading towards Honda corner, onto the brakes, and the 108 car locks up and brakes, runs wide there into Honda, but is able to stay ahead for the time being, because they're able to just get another power that little bit earlier on the exit of that corner there, Alvin.
Just that little moment that you get with traffic, and that was just enough for the number 108 to allow the number 148 to get caught and almost lose speed.
Oh,
I've number heard. 4.
The 172 car, by the way, has been off at Lukey Heights. Just lost it themselves there once again, getting it out wide onto the marbles and into the barrier. So a bit of damage for the Team Vikings Midgard car as well. We carry on with that battle. The battle for third and fourth has calmed down a little bit now because of those little bit of breaks there and a little bit of traffic. So not really on. So F4H looking to the inside in turn number one, not able to make the move for the time being through doing corner into the southern loop once again. Just dropping back that little bit is F4H. So these guys keeping it relatively clear of each other for the time being. We've had a little bit of side-by-side action between Team ISDC, Rickshare and Unicorn. That's for 12th and 13th in your race. And Bad Cactus Racing, so two cars are on pit road at the moment for GTE. Bad Cactus Racing Blue, who we saw get caught up on two wheels. Team Vikings Midgard, we saw just have that instant, well, I just saw have that instant at Lukey Heights. Well, in fact, Team Vikings are up and running again, so maybe taking this opportunity to have their first pit stop. And Alvin, you know, think about pit stops, you know, we're not really too far away from the first pit stops here. We did have that one safety car period right in the first 10 minutes or so of this race, so drivers are not really being able to save too much fuel here, so they're going to be pushing it now and see how far they can get on this first opening step.
Absolutely, 52 minutes into this race, and I think we are in the pit window here. Also, the number 133 coming into the pits as well, the V-Apex Racing GT Blue coming into the pits, and I pretty much around the next couple laps, I think some of the teams may be able to make it all the way to the hour mark. It's just a matter of if they've been able to save fuel during this long green flag run that in which we are right now.
Certainly are. It's a nice period of green flag racing. Hopefully we can keep this up all the way to the end of the race, because everybody's just calmed down now and everybody's decided, right, we're going to work with each other. Simatok, number one, Emmanuel Galliner is battling it out with the number 14 Race for Cat Motorsport car. That is a battle for 6th place, and Simatok, the number one car, looking to the inside of Lukey Heights. Not going to make the move there though. You're going to have to hold behind for the time being. And well, into turn number 10, the hairpin. It's all about getting the run through turn number 11 and then turn number 12. Carry the speed, and do you know what? He's going to go for it on the final corner. Down the inside goes Emmanuel. Tried to make that move stick and gets the job done there, Alvin. He's just ahead, but he's got traffic ahead. A GTE car. They're going to go 3 wide into turn number 1. And, well, that number 14 car just able to carry a little bit more speed down the Gardner Straight to Doon Corner and now through Southern Loop. And that Simitok car has got to play that patient waiting game once again here.
It certainly is. Also getting out of the pits right down the number 33, the Apex Racing GT Red Machine, and I think they just got 27 seconds, so they are definitely going to for a double stint in the tire. So Paul, we are already seeing some strategy calls here in this cycle of pit stops.
Lucas Stolzer from 3rd place, as I say. SimRC Mellon onto pit road now. AOD Racing as well onto pit road. So GTE cars start to feel the need to make those pit stops, get those pit stops done here. It'll be interesting to see how long those pit stops are here. Look at this traffic that the number 1, the number 14 and the number 148 are all in together with here. These prototypes normally would say maybe make a pit stop and get out of traffic, but with it being such a short track, you can't really get out of traffic. There's nowhere to go as a GTC car back onto the track now, but really slow with a bent rear wing.
Certainly is. The 58 and the number 49 also coming into the pits as well. The number 78 getting out and the number 67 also getting out of the pits as well. And from what I'm seeing here, Paul, I think we are seeing in the GTE class lots of double stinting tires here. So I think most of the GTE teams are definitely gonna try the waters in double stinting the tires, and I think these are the conditions that you want to try the double stint tires. It's a really cool track. Oh my god, we got a big incident here coming into Stoner Corner.
Into Stoner. Well, I'm seeing oh god, yeah, certainly a big one. It's 4X Racing. They've been up and over there. Got involved in the number 2 car. The championship leader was involved in that one. And, well, that's going to be it for the 160 car. And, the absolute disaster for them. But the number 2 car, well, they are the championship leaders and they can't afford to get involved in shenanigans like that. Now, crucially in your GTE class, you had the leading car coming to pit road before the safety car got called there, Alvin. Will that harm them? Because if your GTE, in fact, that might benefit them actually, just getting that just before the safety car there, because your compatriots who are going to be up at the GTE field, when they eventually get in, well, you're all in a big queue, so you're going to jump them.
And here will be the biggest problem, Paul. Anybody that came into the pits right before the full course yellow, they are at an advantage right now. Those that decided to stay out, I think they are gonna really have a hard to pretty much. Most of the prototype field will have to come into the pits as is the GTC class. So in the GTE classes, it's a real mixed field here. So anybody that came into the pits right before, they are definitely at an advantage. And from what I'm seeing here, we may end up seeing the number 77, the number 8, and the number 78, your top 3 in the GT class after the pit cycle is done.
Well, here we go then. So the leader is catching up to the Roof iRacing pace car, and well, race control just trying to sort everything out here, trying to get the leader up to the front of that field. And now Blackadder Motorsports there behind the safety car at the front of the field. So we're going to see it all pan out now. We're going to see how this all works here, because, well, we're going to have cars getting let by to get the wave around to get laps back here, Alvin. And we're also going to see these pit stops pan out now, because yellow flag pit stops, you lose less time in terms of race time, but track position, you may lose out if cars had literally just come into the pits when that safety car got called.
Well, pretty much, if you stayed out of the pits, there's really not much you can do now. I think you have to come into the pits once they open it, because it's gonna be, you cannot say out. It's better to come into the pits now rather than come under green flag conditions. You're gonna lose a lot less time if you do it once the pits open under full course yellow rather than under green flag.
And so, well, we're just waiting for this all to pan out here. Just to give you a quick update then, so your race leader is Blackadder Motorsports Workiva, the 168 Alex Ellis behind the wheel, behind the pace car. Second place Fusion Racing. Tell you what, they'll be happy with that they've had that gap closed up, because it was about to almost it was about 5 seconds short of a minute was that gap between them and the leaders, so definitely helped them out as this pace car here. Third place Road Bastards at the moment, Road Bastards Green, Stefan Valder at the wheel. NAB Racing fourth, with Race for Cap Motorsports in fifth place in your prototype class. Your GTE, now this is the interesting thing, because people have had to come onto pit road even though the pit road is closed. So you would imagine that they're going to get penalties here, Alvin, because they're obviously were on the cusp of and it must have been close to desperate for fuel in this one here. So potential penalties for GTE Field. What we'll do quickly before we actually carry on is we'll just go for a quick ad break whilst we're here, and well, under caution for the time being. We're reaching the hour mark in this race, and certainly been an exciting first hour.
We're all looking to bring as much of the real world into sim racing as we possibly can. Our SimCraft Tilton Pro Sim Racing pedal sets are here to elevate your rig, improve your consistency into and through the corners, and give you the ability to dial in your perfect pedal feel. Put your feet on the same pedals the pros use. From the braking zone to corner exit, get the most out of every corner with SimCraft.
Welcome back to live coverage of the DGFX Racing Series, Season 5, Race 3, here at Phillip Island. You're watching live on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. Paul Smith, Alvin Nieves and Hugo Lewis behind the cameras here for you today. And we've got a bit of a pit party here for your race-leading prototypes. In fact, pretty much everybody is on pit road at the moment, getting their first full service here. And we're going to have to see how this one pans out and how it all arranges itself by the end of this one. But Alvin, we've had the first hour there of the race, and it's certainly been an interesting start to this race.
an interesting start indeed, with all the action that has been going on right now. It's been a really interesting race to say the least. Now, with that said, this was the time to actually come into the pits. How much it was? Well, there's also been a couple of cars that before they came into the pits, well, they weren't able to make it into the pits. They ran out of fuel.
Yeah, certainly people pushing it to the limit in terms of the fuel and everything that goes on there, and we'll wait for all the pit cycle to pan out before we give you an updated list of the positions of this race. But I can tell you that the DGFX Racing Series is brought to you by DIYsim.com, a simcraft company. DIY.sim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion systems, motion chassis kits needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the result of these two pursuits. It combines enthusiasts and DIY types for the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's DIYsim.com, a simcraft community. Keep on saying community there, Alvin. A simcraft company. And also, the DGFX Racing Series is brought to you by My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast. A couple of racing fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing for good measure as well. Make sure you check out motef.com. That's MOATF.com to make sure you check out their podcast on there. But I don't know what it is, Alvin, but I just keep on reading that. I keep on saying community. I've got community on my mind. I must have been watching a bit of TV recently.
Well, don't worry. There's actually still 3 hours to go, so I'm pretty sure you will get it right eventually. But looking into the timing right now, kind of seems really interesting that after all this chaos that happened, the number one Simotalk Esports is running in P number 2, but I think they came when the pits were closed, so I think there's that possibility that they may end up getting a penalty, because from what I'm looking here at the stop time, they did get full service.
Well, we'll have to see how this one goes. I finally got my link up to the race control up and running, so I can finally see what sort of penalties we'd be looking at. The latest penalty that was issued is the Team ISDC rig share team for avoidable contact. They will get a 60-second stop and hold, but they have been told that they're going to serve it after this safety car. So that's really going to affect them, because everybody is bunched up when they're in the safety car queue, and well, it's not ideal, that's for sure. Your safety car, let's have a look. The lights are still on for the time being, so we're going to get one more lap here at least whilst all this sorts out. So we'll give you the top 8 standings of each class, starting with your prototypes, and it is the Blackadder Motorsports Workiva 168. Scott Corbin now behind the wheel, so they've had a change of driver, and he is in the lead ahead of Simotalk Esports number 1 car in second place. FRH Racing, they're up to third place with Simotalk Esport number 2 in fourth. Fusion Racing 5th with the Roadbusters down to 6th place now. NAB Racing 7th with Race for Cat Motorsport in 8th place. That's in your prototypes. Alvin, you've got the GTE cars.
Absolutely, we got in the GTE class, we got the Simmercita, the E-Melon number 78, and P number 1 right now, and actually they are pretty much in front of the whole field, so I think we're going to have the GTE cars restarting this race once we go back to green. But in any case, we got in P number 2 right now, we got the number 67 AOD Racing, third place the number 77 Simmerc.de Strawberry, and P number 4 the Fusion Black, the number 8. P5 we got the number 33 the V-Apex Racing Group GT Red. 6th place we got the number 66 Blackadder Motorsports Workiva. 7th we got the number 47 Delta 49 Motorsports, and running out your top 8 in your GTE class, the Torque Freak Racing Sports Crew, the number 182.
And finally for the GTC class, it is GTN Racing Oh, we've got an accident at pit exit as well, actually. Oh my goodness, look at that! The 189 car is across the track there. What on earth has happened there, Alvin? We'll have to sort this one out here. And in fact, it's the Team ISTC ring share was perpendicular to everybody else. Obviously, the field was checking up there, and oh no, and one of the GTC cars went into the wall, and that ended up. It was the Peregrine yellow car. Suddenly, well, chaos ensued. We're trying to get a restart here, Alvin, but yeah, incidents even under the safety car. That's it's been a while since I've seen that. But anyway, GTC, you have got GTN Racing leading that one ahead of both the SimRC.de cars. That's Lemon and Kiwi, second and third. Berlin Sim Sport, number 87 in fourth, with Aggie Motorsports in fifth. Aggie Motorsports Blue in sixth. Talk Freak Racing Radio in seventh, who took that early pit stop, don't forget. And then eighth place is Berlin SimSport 194. Don't forget, you can get live timing on the RaceSpot website. That is racespot.tv/timing. If we're not showing the car that you want to see, I want to keep up to them, date with them, check that out. racespot.tv/timing, and you can keep an eye on everything that's happening in this race. But we are going to be getting another lap, I believe, behind the pace car here, because the lights are still on here, Alvin, and obviously with that little incident at the exit of pit road, the admins, the race control deciding we're going to have one more lap of pace car.
Yeah, we were supposed to go green this time by, but because of the accident that happened on the front straight, the last lap, well, we are doing, I think, one more lap of green, of yellow flag. So I think this time by, the lights of the safety car are out. So next time by, we are going green.
Yep, certainly. We've got 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining in this race at the moment. So we're going to be coming round at about 2 hours 47. For the restart of this one, and this is just extending that fuel just a little bit here for some of these teams who, well, another team, the 72 cars on pit road yet again at the moment, so not having the best of times for that 72 car, but yeah, definitely we're gonna see what happens here. Drivers are gonna have to deal with that traffic. Yeah, they're all bunched up now. I mean, the front of that queue is just heading in through turn number 3 right now. The back of the queue hasn't even reached turn number 1 at the moment, so it's quite a number of cars here. 56 cars started the race. We have lost 2 officially. That is Racing Community.de Water and Talk Creek Racing Sunset. They're both prototype class cars. They're both out of this race, and we've seen a few others involved in incidents and been on pit road for a while. Black Cactus Racing Blue are back up and running. They spent about best part of 14 minutes on pit road, and 4X Racing HBD, they had a 13.5-minute pit stop. So definitely some teams have had to fix things, but we're getting ready for the start of the restart of this race. And you've got a mix of GTEs and GTCs at the front behind the pace car. Hourless work. You've got the prototypes. Your leader of the race is a number of cars behind there, and yeah, he's going to have to work his way through all this field here, and it's not going to be easy because he's got the second place car right behind him. That's Simotalk eSport number 1. But anyway, we're heading in to the pace cars going into the pits. The 78 car speeding up, maybe speeding up a little bit early. I think he's just been told the procedure, because it's not normally a GT car that's at the front of it, but now we're accelerating away. The green flag is in the air. We're off racing once again. and it is the SimRC.de Melon car then at the front of the pack. It's not the overall leader. The overall leader's in the mid-pack there. But Lucas Dolzer in GTE is currently leading the line of cars, but leading GTE. Crucially, goes off track into the gravel. And well, that's turn number 2 he reached. And off he goes there. Disaster for Lucas Dolzer. He's going to have to try and just work his way back on track. But look at this, the leaders are coming through here, and Black Adam Motorsport have lost the overall lead, and that is Simatok Esport number 1, but he's going to try and come back here into Honda Corner. The number 1 and number 168 having to try and work their way through this traffic here. But Alvin, that's a change of lead at the end of that safety car.
And that is our first change of the lead in the prototype class, and here the number 1, the Simatok Esports, now leading the race. But this restart is really interesting because you got all the prototypes. They have to go through the GTEs, they have to go through the GTCs, so this is not really the restart that they want to, but I think that's the opportunity that the number 1 was looking for.
He certainly was, and he's making lunges down the inside of a GTC car into turn number 10 now. He's got a bit of clear air in front of him. He needs to make a breakaway for that lead now of your prototypes. You look further back, and FIH Racing and Simatok number 2 are battling away, and Black Adam Motorsports have lost another position here, so it's a disaster restart for them. They're down to 3rd place now in your prototype class. Terrible start for them. I say terrible start for them, not as bad as Lucas Dolzer, turn number 2, was in the lead of GTE. Oh, and off goes the FIH car. So easily done at turn number 2, as we saw with Lucas Dolzer earlier. He's now back up and running again, and there's contact behind. Prototype's getting forced off the track there. Back up and running though. Nobody stopped, so that's good to see. But 4.1 seconds is the gap between 1st and 2nd place, Alvin. And the Simatok number 2 car, the championship leader in prototype, is now putting the pressure on that Black Adam Motorsport car.
Putting the pressure on the number 168 indeed, and I think the number 168 didn't really get the start that he wanted, getting caught by GTEs and GTCs on the places that he really wanted. Whole reason he lost that P number 2 and was in P3. Momentarily he got caught by the number 36 getting out of Swan Corner, and he had to lift to not run in the rear of the number 36, and that allowed the number 141 to be able to, the number 148 to get the run and go into P2, but now the 148 running in P number 4, but the number 2 Simatok Esports definitely putting the pressure on the 168.
Yeah, certainly that 168 not having a lot of fun. Of course, they have had to change the driver for that Black Adam Motorsports car, so really, if you look at it, that driver an hour into the race, not used to the conditions, not used to how the car maybe is handling under these conditions, and having to work the way through, and well, he's now 2nd place, got a little bit of a gap now, and they're just gapped out a little bit there. So we'll have a look further down then. Your GTE class leaders then, and it is AOD, the Ford car. There's only 3 Fords in this race here, and they're in the lead of your GTE class, so good work from AOD when you consider they had a little incident earlier on, a little bit of grass tracking, off-roading, and they're battling away for the lead with SimRC.de Strawberry here, Alvin.
Yeah, good battle here for the GTE lead, as we also got the P3 in the prototype class as well, trying to get around the battle here for the GTE lead. And well, the number 1 Simatok Esports already cleared all the traffic, so already a 4.8 second gap to P2. But I'll tell you this, Paul, if there is somebody that got an even worse start, the number 22 Fusion Racing. They were in P2 before the full course yellow, and well, now they are running in P number 7, so all sorts of bad luck for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen how this has just caught people out here. Of course, the caution's been a little bit longer than normal, just to try and sort out shenanigans. And we've got a big one! The 108 NAB And also F for H, they've had an incident at turn number 2. Around they collected another car as well in that one there. And I'm trying to find out who that is. In fact, Fusion Racing was another one involved in that one there, just trying to avoid it. And it was Race for Cat Motorsports, the instant party. They're now missing a front end here, and they're going to have to take repairs here.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 22, what a bad luck he had. That restart didn't really help him. And now with this incident also kind of getting caught in this incident, kind of being like an innocent party. So the number 22, all sorts of bad luck, but also the number 14, that front end missing, that definitely will have to come into the pits and get that repair for sure.
Yeah, so that's going to be a new front end. Look at your battle for the lead of GTE and SimRC.de Strawberry in the slipstream. They're right up behind here. Look to the inside into turn number 1. You can go too wide through here if you're brave. And that's what these two drivers are. They certainly are brave. But at the moment, able to hold on to that race lead is AOD Racing for the time being, Halvin. And, well, these guys, they're battling away. They're giving us a really good show here. And this is what you can get with these GTE cars, because they're two different cars, but look at how evenly matched they are.
Yeah, it certainly is, you know, with how evenly matched they are. And a little bit of an incident here into turn number 10. The number 195, I kind of lost it a little bit under braking and tagged the rear end of the number 66 Blackadder Motorsports. And that also, as a result, the 111 German Sim Racing.de kind of had to stop right there in the middle of the track to avoid any contact.
Yeah, so all sorts of shenanigans going on. It's your lead GTE battle that's going on here that's of interest here, because Fusion Black, with these two battling away here, Fusion Black now are catching up to them. So this could be a 3-car train here if they're not too careful, Alvin, because these two, well, they're just slowing each other down here with them battling away like they are.
It certainly is, and you know that battle for the GTE lead, that has allowed the number 8 to try to catch up just little by little, and I think this will become yeah, I think right now that this is pretty much a 3-car battle for the GTE lead, but I think that the AOD Racing, the number 67, definitely he has a strong car. I think this is what they were looking for. If you are in the 4GT trying to get a clear field here, try to use that downforce in the 4GT to your advantage.
And well, they're side by side, and that's SimRC.de Strawberry car into the lead of your GTE now. So change your position in your GTE field. Although as he runs wide through Siberia onto the grass, and well, here we go. And the side by side once again into Lucky Heights. And oh, he's all over the track here. It's the number 77. He's off into the gravel. And well, going from the lead of GTE, he's down to 3rd place now in just a couple of mistakes there.
It certainly is, and you know, for this GTE cars, Lucky Heights, that is one of the hardest ones here. If you're trying to go side by side, you really have to make sure that you are committed. Otherwise, well, if you get off track, Paul, we have seen this on many races, and I think that is not going to be the last one. It is really hard once you get off track, and well, I also have to say he was really lucky that he didn't go into the wall.
He certainly was indeed, as well, Bill and SimSpot have made a position up on FH Racing, so that's 6th and 7th overall. Looking down at your GTC field, and they're all a little bit spread out, just a little bit. Not the greatest gaps, but certainly gaps nonetheless there, because well, they've been. This is it. It's so difficult for them to get involved in things because they've got 2 faster classes coming through. The closest battle is Top Freak Racing, the 81 car, and the SimRC.de Lemon car battle in your GTC. That's 5th and 6th place there. But those guys just staying as they are for the time being as they go through this race. But well, it's all been a bit hectic again. The field has spread out though. There is little clumps of traffic, but mainly now it's all just spread out, so everybody's able to just get their foot down a little bit and get moving their way through the field. as the number 1 car was having to squeeze through on the GTC car there, but able to make it through. And well, here we are then. We're almost an hour and a half into this race. Case Brigade, it's getting a bit chaotic for them. They're making their way through once again, down in 8th place here, Alvin. We've seen them sort of yo-yoing as well. GTE car goes off, and it's the strawberry car again, off track.
Going off track again, but the car number 1 trying to go through the GTC traffic here as well, going into Lucky Heights, what they had to go through the 169. Although they are 1 lap down, I'm pretty interested if the number 169 will let the sister team, the number 168, are pretty much in hot pursuit of the number 1. If they're gonna let them go back kind of easily and try to get the lead back.
Yeah, certainly. Berlin Sim Spot prototype into the wall at Siberia. And they did that all by themselves there, actually. Just went wide, caught the grass, and then into the ball. Able to get going again, so they're not out of this one. They're still running, which is good to see. And it's where to look next. That's the question. That's what you've got to look at here. I can tell you, Chaos Brigade, that's pretty much the closest battle here, as they're going to go down the Gardner Straight once again, side by side with F4H Racing in towards turn number 1. Chaos Brigade got that inside line. Can they make it through? Still side by side, and through they go. Great move from the Chaos Brigade to make that one work. And that's up to 6th place now. And as I was saying earlier, Alvin, they've yo-yoed through this prototype field, and now they're on the way forward again.
Going forward, indeed, this is pretty much a 5-car battle for P number 6 in your prototype class. You have the 88, the 148, 16, 189, and the number 10 and the number 108, trying to go through traffic and also trying to chase the number Chaos Brigade car, trying to go here into P number 6. And well, the Chaos Brigade trying to catch also to, if I get no. Sorry, it's just that my live timing got a little bit squirrely here, but I thought that they were catching the number 22, but the gap from P5 to P6 is right now just under 10 seconds.
Yeah, certainly it's just under that. That battle for 6th place overall is just a few of prototypes. We have got a penalty, stop and hold for Top Prix Racing Culture at number 182, and that's for an unsafe rejoin. So that's going to affect their race. The 182, where are they? They're currently 7th in the class, GTE class. And in fact, I don't know whether they maybe will appeal that decision or not. As, oh dear, we've got a car in the barriers, and it's not going to be moving, and it's Team Vikings Midgard. They're stuck in the barriers here, Alvin. They got a little bit loose coming out of the final corner. In fact, they collected the grass at the final corner, and they've ended up on top of the tyre barrier. And they're still there now.
Absolutely not what they were looking for, and I wouldn't be surprised if this means that we're gonna get another full course yellow. But well, I gotta point something out, because with all full course yellow here, but while all these gets sorted out, we kind of missed the battle for the overall lead. We got the car number 1 got caught getting out of Swan Corner by slower GTC car, and that allowed the number 168 to get a hell of a run here going into turn number 1. So the number 168 back in the overall lead.
Yeah, it's certainly will change of lead, and well, Blackadder Motorsports still led basically that first hour of the race. Ended up not getting caught out on the restart, but then, as you say, getting caught, getting back up to that Civitok Esports number 1 car and making the move stick. And well, there we go. That's what happened. They got that run, and again, it's traffic, Alvin. It's traffic management. It's working your way through, and they played it absolutely perfectly.
It certainly is, and this is all about traffic management, especially if you are in the prototype class. How you are able to use the slower traffic to your advantage. We already saw that the number 168 so far, yeah, he was the victim once in that battle for P2, P3, and he got caught by a slower car, but now we saw how he was able to use the slower car to his advantage. The number 1 got caught behind a slower car, getting out of one corner, and now the number 168 back into the lead. But well, we are under full course yellow, so I think we get to relax just a little bit now.
Yep, so once again, just got to wait for the pit road to open. I don't think there'll be any service this time around. Everyone will be just sort of taking it easy and just conserving fuel. And well, looking at the pit stop times from the last pit stops, AOD, they certainly didn't take any tyres in their pit stop yet. Fusion Black and SimRC.de Strawberry certainly did take tyres in their last pit stop, so they definitely interesting to change the strategy there. Now, whether there was a couple of driver changes involved in that one as well, Alvin, because normally when you have a driver change you do a full service, don't you?
It certainly is, but trying to look at all the pit stops here for the GT class, it kind of seems like there were no driver changes either, so kind of seems like it was more of all mixed strategies here. Some teams trying to go for full service, and some teams are also going for just fuel. We also had that sort of strategy play out here in your prototype class as well. Some teams are deciding for full service, and some teams that decided to go for just fuel.
Well, this is it. I mean, you look at the Simmertalk Esport number 2 car. They took about 31.6 seconds for their pit stop. So that tells me that they basically have just gone for fuel, whereas the others 47 seconds. It's a different strategy there from Simmertalk, and I do think, just stretching the tyres during two stints, should I say, with them, really does sort of possibly bring them into play here, into a battle.
There is that possibility, that as this race has gone on, yeah, we have one long green flag run, and even with that, some teams decided to double stint the tires. But during this second stint, you could say for most other teams, we have already, I think, two full course yellow. So, Paul, I wouldn't even be surprised. And this is more like an extreme strategy, and more for the teams that are running right in the middle, maybe back of their classes. I think there's a possibility that we may see some teams even trying to triple stint.
Well, I mean, this is it. You could see teams do the triple stint here. The conditions certainly do look favourable towards it, in terms of you're not building up that tyre temperature that would give you the thermal degradation. But it's a bit of a risk, and as you say, when you're further down in that mid-pack, you've got to maybe take a risk to get yourself a good move. Now, pit road is open, so we'll see if anybody comes down onto pit road. So far, just the one car decides to pay a visit, and that is the Aggie Motorsports car. Anyone else coming onto pit road? Yep, FRH Racing. Now, that's one of your prototypes that was pretty far up. GT Temple Racing as well onto pit road. So a couple cars deciding to take that trip, as Peregrine Yellow and SimRC.de Strawberry. Now, we saw the Strawberry car having all sorts of issues in that one, and maybe deciding to have a change of tyres here, Alvin.
I think that could be a possibility. Perhaps they got a little bit of damage as well. We also got the Peregrine Racing Peregrine Racing Yellow coming into the pits as well. So it's not really a bad decision to come into the pits right now. We also got the number 47, the number 7, and the number 49. So both Delta 49 Motorsports coming into the pits. I think this is a really interesting strategy that they are trying to do. Also, the number 66 and the number 133 into the pits as well.
Yeah, certainly. So, number of cars onto pit road then, and you could imagine maybe they're assuming that we've had some clumps of safety cars, but we've had some relatively regular intervals between safety cars. Maybe they're just thinking, right, if we're going to be going along this pattern, we can make a pit stop here and then just make one more pit stop in the final to make a final stint. But that's basically assuming that you're going to have that many pit stops and that many safety cars.
Yeah, well, you know, that's it. This is pretty much trying to play the strategy in your favor. You're trying to time how many pit stops you will need. I think we are still in a point of the race that you will still have to come into the pits twice, and it'll pretty much be a full service both times. So, you know, the strategies that most of the teams are trying to play right now, it's really interesting. But, you know, this is one of the beauties that we have with multi-class racing, especially when you put the full course yellows into this. The different strategies that each team has. Which one is the best? Well, we're going to have to wait until the checker flag.
We certainly are. Well, we've got the opportunity behind the pace car. Let's just quickly mention that the DGFX Racing Series is brought to you by DIYSim.com, a SimCraft company. DIYSim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion systems, motion chassis kits needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the result of these two pursuits. It combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's DIYSim.com, a SimCraft company. And also, DGFX Racing is brought to you by My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast. And a couple of race fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Make sure you check out moatf.com, that's MOATF.com, and check out their podcast to do some really good work there. But Alvin, we've got one lap to go here, and bam, we saw Blackadder Motorsports get caught out on that last restart. Now they've not had a pit stop, whereas they did last time. So, you know, are we going to see these guys get caught out this time, or do you feel now that Scott has been in the car a little while, he's in the swing of things, and he'll be prepared for the start?
I think they should be good to go. It's just it's just a matter of trying to get used to the conditions. So, oh my God, I think we got a big incident here. The number 5 GT Temple Racing in the front straight, trying to get a replay here. Oh my God, they were checking up going into turn number 1, and he ran right at the rear of the number 167 Blackadder Motorsports.
Oh, it's not the first time that we've seen this today. Everyone checking up, and he was, yeah, that was a big incident there. The track stayed clear and they got out the way, but GT Temple, huge damage to the front of the car at the worst possible time. They're going to have to come onto pit road and get that repaired when everyone else is green.
Yeah, that is one of the things that they really didn't want to go into, and I'm pretty sure that race control will be having a look at it, because the teams were briefed before the race started that there were gonna be slowdowns and at some of the points in the racetrack, and there was gonna be pretty much zero tolerance towards these type of incidents.
Certainly. So we're getting ready for the restart once again. Your iRacing.com roof pace car going through turn number 10. Has to just slow down, then pick up the pace once again. Blackadder Motorsports then in the lead of this one. They're holding the pack behind. Your pace car darts into pit road. So now it's all about that acceleration zone. Waiting, patiently waiting for that. Every fibre in that Scott Corbin's foot is wanting to hit the accelerator, but he can't yet because there's an acceleration zone. Now he can in anywhere here, and that's what he's going to do now. He's got the foot down, the green flag is in the air once again. We are racing here in the 4 hours of Phillip Island in the DGFX Racing Series, down towards turn number 1. Good restart by Blackadder Motorsport this time by. Able to to go into turn number 1 and 2 in the lead. The rest of your field, well, they're coming through now. AOD having to try to make the way through in the leader GTE class. And you look further down this field and the traffic and the mixture of cars at the moment, because of pit stops and because of cars being in different positions on track, it's just affecting cars. As your leading GTC car is GTN Racing, as we've got a car run wide through Honda corner but able to keep it going, and I believe that was the 87 car, so able to keep going there and keep that one rolling in this field. But so far everyone behaving here on this restart. Simitok number 1, Alvin, the key once again is to try and keep on to the coattails of that Blackadder Motorsports car, because they have been absolutely just imperious at the front there.
They certainly have been, but they changed drivers as well. So Alex Ellis, the driver on the 168 that started this race, now he is out of the car, and Scott Corby now in the car. Kind of seems like he is a little bit slower, because Julian Gribble, so far he has been able to keep the number 168 right there on his side, but also the number 2 Simitok Esports also in the clutches of the number 1 as well. So this could end up being a 3-car battle here for the lead.
Could well indeed as well. The battle for second place. Oh no, sorry, I thought it was second place. It's not. It's about marker there involved there, and that's that teammate of your race leader, the Blackadder Motorsport Workiva number 169, Elliot Meem, out there a lap down here, or 2 laps down on your race leaders. So getting involved in this one, and you know what? They're being a good teammate here. They're not holding up either of the cars, but they're getting in the mirrors of that number 1 car, and that's what your race leader wants. He wants them distracting them.
It certainly is, and well, let's say that 160 cannot catch a break coming here into the coming out of the Solar Loop. Got a little bit got tangled with the number 67 AOD as well, so off the track, but trying to rejoin the track as well as much as they can. So definitely not a good day for them. And
that was your race leading GTE car, was the AOD as well. Don't forget that. So that sort of incidents like that, it's not just affecting the prototypes or your GTC cars, but your GTEs, your race leader of your GTE class now down a position. Oh, so GTC car goes for a wild ride. Bill in Simsport number 87, way out wide out of turn number 12, able to keep it going. 4th place in class in the GTC. It's heart in mouth moment, and it's things like this that really does not help matters for those cars. As the 182, I believe, comes onto pit road to serve its 1 minute stop and hold, which is effectively a lap down now.
He is now one lap behind, and the number 169, I think they are playing a little bit of trying. Whoop! Never mind, full course yellow.
Yeah, I think you were about to mention about the 169 being ahead of the number 1 car, but yeah, we've got a full course caution, and it is the Aggie Motorsports, I believe, Aggie Motorsport
yes,
Blue,
it is.
in the tire. Oh my goodness, yeah, it was. Big incident for them there. Got involved with one of your GTC cars, and I believe it's the F for H car. Yes, it is, the number 17. Got into the side of them. They went up and over, bouncing across the gravel trap. No way stopping that car heavily into the barriers. The 126. It's tried to get back up and running, but they've been allowed to take a tour back to pit road. But big drama there, and that number 17 F4H, they are 3rd place in your GTE field. So yeah, another safety car here for us now. So these guys definitely just all having to sort themselves out once again. But yeah, Alvin, it's interesting to see that 169 get ahead of the number 1 car to unlap themselves. I don't suppose that they'll go and unlap themselves from the race leader, will they?
And I think this definitely will benefit them, because I think there is the possibility that they may get a wave around that pace car whenever race control gets a chance to do so. So definitely an advantage for the number 169 if they get to do so.
Yeah, so certainly once again behind safety car, and well, again it's going to be interesting how to do. What we'll do then, since we've got another safety car here, it's going to be at least a couple laps before anyone even thinks about going onto the pit road. So we'll just step aside for just a moment or so to just catch our breaths and restock everything and make sure that we understand what is happening in this race. You're watching the DGFX Racing Series here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV from Phillip Island, the 4 hours of Phillip Island, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hi guys, I'm Scott Speed, driver of this amazing Volkswagen Beetle GRC car. And I got good news for the iRacing fam. We got this coming in. I'm currently working on it myself personally to make sure that it is as accurate as possible. With the addition of dirt and now this mean car, it is gonna be so fun. And it's gonna be available free to all the iRacing members. Personally, I can't wait to get out there and race you guys on it. Welcome back to the 4 hours of Phillip Island here in the DGFX series
here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me, as always, is Alvin Nieves with Hugo Lewis behind the cameras and the graphics. And well, we've got a quick moment. It's certainly worth thanking a few of our partners here. And well, thank you to Andreas Werner from Andwern Designs for the design of our love overlays here. The overlay animation brought to you by Simon Grossman and the Engineer Company with their ATEVO product, certainly powering our graphics here. And don't forget that you've got live timing brought to you by Nick Thiessen, and certainly thank you to him for helping us with that live timing there. And also Istvan Below with the camera pack as well. His camera work certainly, camera pack does certainly help bring these broadcasts together. So that's all the thanks from ourselves. And well, we're getting set for the restart of this one. We have got we've got exactly 2 hours, 12 minutes and 7 seconds remaining in this race here. And well, it's been a bit of stop and start hour, this one, in this second hour of the race. And certainly, Alvin, we're going to be seeing the restart here shortly. And that leader has got his teammate laps down right behind him.
Couple laps down indeed, and that's going to be really interesting once we get back on the green flag. What the number 169 is going to do as the pace car pulls into pit entry right now. So the objective number one of Simatalk Esport, the number one and the number two, they gotta get around the number 169 as soon as they can, because from what we have seen, the 168 has been really good as we go green flag.
Yeah, green flag in the air once again, and that 168 making a great start there. Is now 1.3 seconds ahead of second place driver. We've got battling further down in your prototypes, and it is the Motortech Podcast car and NAB have been battling side by side, able to sort themselves out. Fusion Black, by the way, are in the lead of your GTE field, so they've made their way through to the front of that field, but I won't count anything yet. To SimRC.de Strawberry, it's a restart, and once again they're around, this time in turn number one, and it was contact with the one of the Porsches. It was a 194 car, and Blackadder Motorsport car got involved in that one as well. Everyone able to carry on going. We've not got a yellow flags, that's good to see, but again, just see an instance happening in this one. In GTC field, it is the 36 car GTN Racing in the lead of that one. SimRC.de Lemon in second place with Top Trip Racing Radio in third place in your GTC. Don't forget, live timing is available. Racespot.tv/timing. Make sure you check that out. Keep up to date with everything that's happening in this race. You can see pit stops, you can see when there's driver changes, you can see what positions and what lap times your teams and drivers that you're following are doing. So make sure you check that one out. Top Trip Racing cuts through 49 Delta 49 Motorsports, FH Motorsports as well, all battling it out for down in your GTE field. That is for 9th place in class, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th all together, and we've got a car coming onto pit road as well from your GTE class. That's the German Sim Racing.de car, number 82. But these battles, these little battle packs that have been forming, really been interesting to watch here, Alvin. And already 2 laps from the restart, and well, we're back to normal running here.
Normal running indeed, a battle here for the GTC lead, the number 36 and the number 76 Rene Osterkamp, and the SimRC.de Lemon caught on the heels of the number 36 coming here into Honda corner, and they have been closing just little by little, and I think if they get a good run, and we have seen the number 76, they have been really strong all day here in the GTC class, so I think it's just a matter of time before they are able to get back on the GTC lead.
Certainly looking all right for them. The 76 car trying their best to get with that race leader, but not able to get close enough for the time being. Looking further up your field, Team ISDC, the Rigshare team, 189. Look at how close they are to Chaos Brigade, Motortech Racing Podcast as well, and Yeah, this is interesting battling here in your prototypes. Look at how close all these guys are here in this one. Down towards Honda corner. Onto the brakes, heavy braking. We've seen a couple of cars get caught out by braking as the Melon car. SimRC.de Melon, Lucas Dolzer is around now. So GTE, oh, I'll tell you what, he was helped around there by the 67. Bang! Punt, off he goes. And, well, that was down at Siberia, I believe. And, well, that's one way of AOD just getting a pass through.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to get through if you want. Not the best one, if you ask me, I think, because Race Control is kind of looking into those types of systems. You know, if you are going to go around, try to do it as clean as possible, not necessarily trying to get that rear end loose on the car in front of you to try to get a better run.
Battle between the Chaos Brigade and Team ASDC Rickshare still ongoing here. Chaos Brigade having to put laps on cars, and Motef as well getting involved here. Still pretty close between these cars into turn number 2. On the brakes around that turn number 2. So tricky is that corner because you're pretty blind all the way around there, and you've got to be patient with the throttle and not pick it up too early because you will run wide into the grass and the gravel. That 189 looking to the inside of Honda corner, not making any moves for the time being, but this is what we want to see. We want to see good, hard, clean racing between these cars, and that's certainly what we're getting at the moment between these prototypes.
That's definitely what we are seeing right now. That this is the battle for P6 all the way to P number 11 in your prototype class. Right now, the Chaos Brigade leading this battle, and they got a good clear track ahead of them, so they shouldn't be having any problems. Now oh my God! What contact here? The number 88 and the number 1. All sorts of contact between these prototypes.
Yeah, and that's it. That's what happens. That can happen down there. It's heavy braking, it's a tight corner. The 189 thought it had the move on there, got pushed onto the grass, it couldn't slow down in time, and then contact was made, further contact from behind, and oh dearie me, the 108 car goes up in the air. Luckily we're able to carry on going though and carry on racing, but I tell you what, the Motef Racing podcast car is going to be suffering now because they've got no front end.
Definitely, that is a position that you really don't want to be into. And I think I'm seeing the number 167 slowing down into Siberia. I couldn't get a look exactly what happened to them. Well, they've been having a little bit of bad luck as of late. A lone spin by themselves and really much up on the track, but they were able to rejoin safely.
Right, so let's everybody just calm down now, and let's get a bit of a race breaking out. It would be nice. Top 5, or top 8 should I say, standings as they are at the moment. In your prototypes it is Blackadder Motorsports in first place, 2.6 seconds ahead of Simatok Esport number 2 and Simatok Esport number 1 behind them. Now the crucial thing there is that the 169, which is a couple of laps down on the leader, is between them and the leader, and they are the teammates of the leader, so they're not going to move over for them, that's for sure. Then in 4th place, Fusion Racing, the Road Bastards Green in 5th. 6th place is German SimRacing.de. 7th is Team ISDC Rigshare. We saw have that incident. And in 8th place is Team Vikings Mona. That's the number 73 car. Motef are on pit road getting repairs at the moment, and well, now in your GTC, the GT field, sorry, the top 8 are as follows: Fusion Black in the lead with AOD Racing in 2nd place, although we do have a funny feeling that they may get a little call up to race control if they're not careful of that one. V Apex Racing Group GT Red in 3rd place with SimRC.de Melon in 4th. 5th place is Delta 49 Motorsports, that's the number 49 car, and with TNT Racing Gold in 6th, German SimRacing.de Triple One in 7th place, and Blackadder Motorsports Wakiva number 66 in 8th place. And in your GTC class, it is GTN Racing, who's been out there for quite a while now, but they are under pressure from 2nd place, SimRC.de Lemon Third place, it is the Berlin SimSport number 87 car with Top Freak Racing Radion in fourth. SimRC.de Kiwi in fifth with Probatum Racing Academy in sixth. Race for Cap Motorsport Red is in seventh, and in eighth place in class, Berlin SimSport 194. So that is the standings as they are in the top 8 of each class. And NAB Racing, they're making a pit stop as well in your prototype class. We're coming up to the hour here, Alvin, so even though we've had a couple of safety cars, some teams will have chosen their strategies on, right, let's do hour, whereas some will be working with the safety cars.
And that's pretty much the interesting thing of this race. Once you put the full course yellows into place, that's where things really start to come into play when it comes to strategy. Yeah, these cars, even though ideally they would like to get all the way to the hour if it was all green, unfortunately they can. Most of the, for example, the prototypes, their times they pretty much can run 50 to 55 minutes. The GT class, although they could run all the way to the hour as well as the GTCs. In this series, the tanks are limited to also 50 to 55 minute fuel run, so every time they get a full course yellow, of course they gotta use it to their advantage to save as much fuel as they can.
They will. NAB just having to take a longer pit stop because of getting repairs to that car, so that's them looking forward, GermanSimRacing.de, the number 153 is battling with the 189 of Team ISDC rig share. And really, that's a battle for sixth place. That's basically the remnants of what was left of the utter carnage that was that big battle early run after the restart from 6th to about 10th or 11th place. So another incident down into 7th and 10. And well, that's all sorted themselves out, and they're all split apart a little bit. It's about 1.5 seconds covering 6th to 8th place at the moment. We've got looking down at the GT field, you've got side-by-side action, the 111 and 66 going into turn number 1, and it is a 66 that comes out on top of that one. And well, that is a change of position. Black and Motorsports and GermanSimRacing.de change of position there. 7th and 8th place for those two on that one, with the FRH Motorsport car not that far behind. And they are early into their stint. Now they only, looks like they only did like a splash and dash. So definitely interesting to see how that one has panned out. Down in GTC, still that battle for the lead though. There's about half a second between them, and at the moment it's just a case of staying as you were. GTN Racing, they've pretty much led all of this race in GTC, haven't they, Alvin?
Yeah, they have pretty much led most of the GTC racing here. The number 36 now coming here out of the corner, leading this the number 76. Well, got also a battle here with between the 111 here, but they already lost the position. But I got some news here from Race Control, and we were talking about it, that any incidents that were caused under yellow, they were gonna look into it, and there was gonna be zero tolerance. And well, the 161 Peregrine Yellow, they got a 1 lap stop and hold.
Yeah, that's quite the stop and hold there for them. So yeah, definitely big drama, and hardly ideal for them indeed in that one. That battle for GTC lead, by the way, that has come right down now. It's 0.2 of a second between them. And that's SimRC.de Lemon Car, René Osterkamp. He's putting the pressure on. He's looking, he's trying to fill the mirrors of the car in front, and not able to make it through for the time being. But it's interesting how they're going about this, just being patient, and this is what we've not seen from a lot of cars out there, that patience there. But we've seen SimRC.de in so many events, so many championships, Alvin, especially endurance events. They're used to this. This is their bread and butter here.
It certainly is, for a team like SimRC.de, this is what they do. endurance racing. So they are definitely used to doing this these type of races. They know that sometimes things go in their favor and sometimes things won't. It's just a matter of, you know, trying to keep calm, keep concentrated. And right now the number 76 Simmer CWE Lemon driven by Rene Osterkamp in a battle here for the GTC lead. So they are pretty much doing what they need to do. Their sister team in the GTC class, the 79 Simmer CWE Kiwi, right now running in P number 5. And now if we go to the GTE class, well, they're not really having a good day, I have to say. The number 78 right now running in P number 4, and number 77 right now in a battle for P number 10 with Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew and Graphite Racing.
Yeah, and they've got Fusion Racing just going past them now to put a lap on them. And look at that 3-car battle then for 10th place in your GT field. Going around here, as you say, Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, Simar CWE Strawberry, who we've seen had issues earlier on in this one. But off they go again, off track. What on earth is happening to Maximilian Scheider? It is this time, and he caught the curb, and it just kicked the back end of the car out. He takes a trip across the grass to the gravel. He's back up and running, so he's lost the position to Graphite Racing. But there's that team in the GTE car, in the Ferrari, in both the 77 and the 78 car. They've been having a few issues with those cars.
Absolutely, from being in a battle for the GTE lead and pretty much now having a really horrible race right now. That number 77 running in P number 12 in your GTE class. But you know, Paul, I also have to say that things seem to have calmed down so far in terms of battles.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I just said it.
Commentator's curse.
I just said it. Here you go. Well, I think we also got another penalty here for another unsafe driving. I got David Guerra. I gotta look into what car number that is, but that is another one that has been also found under full course yellow. Yeah,
so we're going to be getting a penalty. Alvin will shout across me when he finds out which car number that is. But just interesting to note, your race lead now is 6.5 seconds is the race lead, and that number 169 car is still ahead of the Simatok eSport cars, the number 2 and the number 1 car. However, it's actually pulling away, so you would actually say that it's not having to hold them up because it's got the pace here today, Alvin.
They certainly do, you know, and that is something that pretty much they will have to do all race long. It's just, you know, trying to keep it as safe as you can. And I've just found the car that's gonna get the 1 lap stop and hold is the number 167.
The 167, that is
Blackadder Motorsports.
Yeah, they're down in 18th in class. Tyler Burris at the wheel at the moment, not having the best of days here, it must be said. And pretty dinged up car as well. So obviously, I'm just reading the press control notes there. Aggressive, unsafe driving under the yellow flag. That's why they've got that penalty. And yeah, you've done race control and stewarding in races. You know, how difficult is it to make sure you get the right decision in an event like this?
Well, Paul, I have to say, you know, trying to work on the race control, I think it's one of the most thankless jobs here in, I think, not only in sim racing but also in real life as well, because the amount of experience that we have to have in order to get these calls and to make sure that we get the right call, and, you know, taking all the circumstances that we can see during one of these, you know, it's really hard. But it's also very important to not rush any decision that you make, to take as much time as you can. That way you make sure that the call that you make is the right call, because we also have to remember that once you make a call, you really cannot take it back. And then if a similar incident happens, then, you know, you also have to be consistent.
Yeah, you've set yourself a precedent there, that's for sure. Looking at the GT class, lead battle, AOD Racing, they've been lapping. Last lap was about half a second faster. Not half a second, 0.2 of a second faster. Threw my eyes in. In fact, Fusion Black are going to make a pit stop here. So we're just an hour and 53 minutes away from the end here. We're up past the halfway point in this race. Fusion Black decided they need a fuel stop, and I'll tell you what, looking at the stint lengths, AOD won't be that far behind, as Fusion Black are going to change the drive as well.
They definitely are, and we are approaching the point in the race where I'm pretty sure many of the teams are gonna start coming into the pits. Getting to look here into the prototypes. They are almost 40 laps into the stints. The number one is 41 laps into the stint, so it shouldn't be really that much before the prototype also come into the pits. Also having a look here at the GTE class, and this is kind of like a mixed bag right now between the teams that came before before that full course yellow and the teams that came at the full course yellow. So it's a really interesting battle here in GTEs when it comes to strategy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That AOD car, it's had 42 laps of its stint, and you would think that they're pretty much going to be pulling off to the left here, and yes, they do. So that's your GT class leader onto pit road now, and we will be having another penalty, Alvin. Coming up now shortly. It's one of the GTC cars.
Certainly, yes, it's the number 194 Berlin Semsport for avoidable contact. I'm trying to look exactly for when that was. It was in lap number 61 going into turn number 1. So yeah, that was a little bit of a while ago, but it does show you that race control really over all the incidents that are happening right now. Now, having a look here for the battle for what is essentially P2 in your prototype class between the two Sematalk esports, the number 2 and the number 1, coming here into Honda corner, trying to sort as much traffic as they can. It's been a really hard race for them, and as they keep battling and trying to get over this traffic, the number 168 keeps opening that gap. Now it's over 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's it. This is what's happening here, and they've just not got the pace of that Black Adam Motorsports car. In fact, the 169 car is coming into play once again. Trying to get through is the number 2 car, sorry. At 169, just holding them back. It was making its way through on GT traffic. And, well, the number 1 car is deciding, you know what, I'm just going to force my way through on the inside here. The 169 is really holding them up now. And if you're the Sematalk car, you're going to be absolutely furious. The lights are flashing. That means get out my way. And that's not what the 169 car is doing here. You can see the washout there with the aerodynamics wide through turn number 1, turn number 2 now, and they've run wide, and the 169's off, and finally the number 2 car has made it through. Just a little mistake there from Ernie Ludwig, and that's them out of the equation of helping their teammates in the race lead. But Alvin, that's cost that Sematalk car plenty of time. They're now 8.8 seconds behind the race leader.
It's definitely cost them a lot, and I do have to say, even though there is not a rule regarding blue flags here, you know, sometimes even though there are no blue flags, you also have to be a little bit put a little bit more be more sportsman-like. I have to say, because yeah, there are no blue flags, so the number 169 definitely didn't have to yield. But with that said, Paul, next 2 rounds, if the number 169 find themselves in a position that they are battling for the race lead, perhaps, I think nobody will cut them any favors whatsoever.
No, we've got an incident at Siberia, I believe. Well, I'm just trying to find out who it is. It's Probatum Racing Academy have been involved in that one. Into the barrier they go, and well, they got caught from behind by the Team Vikings Mona, The number 73 car bang into the back of them. The TNT Racing Gold car was looking to avoid that number 73 car, but well, rather unceremoniously dumped off was the Verbatim Racing Academy car. And well, we've got prototypes on pit road now, billeting spot onto pit road, and you tell you what, the Road Bastards have caught up for the battle for third place and second place in the race here in Simmertalk. We've got to be careful now.
They certainly do, and that kind of shows you what happens when traffic plays a huge role here in the race as well. How you can get caught and you get just caught behind traffic, and it really starts to slow you down. And well, I think we have an incident here into turn number 1, and it was the, if I got my bearings correct, it was the, I think it was the number, it was
TNT Racing Gold, number 7.
TNT Racing Gold, and the number 111. They lost it going into turn number 1, and TNT Racing Gold nowhere to go.
Yep. So yeah, they did lose it, and bang! Of course, TNT Racing Gold. Luckily, it's in a safe location, so you can get going again. But there's plenty of damage on that car now. We believe, have we got a penalty forthcoming here as well for avoidable contact? The number 67 car.
It could be just that it hasn't been announced yet, but it looks like there's gonna be a penalty for the number 67, the AOD Racing. They were battling for the lead, so it was it was really unfortunate for them that they will get a penalty. But going back to the GTE class, I was saying that the 4 GT teams were definitely, this was going to be their day, and yet AOD Racing was leading the race, and they had to come into the pits for their service, as the number 7 comes into the pits for what I believe is to get some damage repairs here. But the number 49, the Delta Motorsports, they are in the lead. They are driving a 4 GT, and I think, Paul, this is going to be the day that we see a 4 GT win as well.
NAB Racing have been asked to send somebody to race control. It's obviously a discussion needed for them. And well, looking at this, this battle for third place, the Road Bastards, they're in a perfect position right now, because if I was them, I would just sit behind, do a little bit of fuel saving, and get yourself just extended on your stint length just that little bit, because of course, with a track being so short as this, if you could just do even a little bit of fuel saving, all of a sudden you've gained yourself 1, maybe 2 laps of extra fuel there in this one.
And that is definitely one strategy that the number 92 can employ here. Although the number 1, they are 46 laps into the stint, so I have a feeling that they will be the first cars in this battle coming into the pit. So let's see, car number 1 here coming out of turn number 11. Does a peel to the left, and the answer is yes, the number 1 coming into the pits.
Yep, so third place overall. We're going to get green flag action here in the pits, and down they go onto pit road at that almost pedestrian 45 miles an hour. That's 71 kilometers an hour for those of you who use that measurement of speed. Fusion Racing also onto pit road as well, the number 22 car. So you're getting those prototypes now, starting to head onto pit road, making those pit stops. Your race leader's caught up in a little bit of traffic here at the moment, so it's not all going the way of Blackadder Motorsports here, but you would imagine that they, along with second and third, the Simmertop number 2 and the Road Bastards, that they'll be coming onto pit road very shortly as well, you would imagine.
They certainly will. The number 22 getting out of the pits as well, only 18 seconds, so it just fuel. I think there may be one of the teams that may be trying to do a triple stint here.
168 around traffic, have to get on the power, stays out another lap, does the 168. The number 1 car, by the way, did take tyres as well, as here comes its teammate, number 2, Simmertalk, onto pit road. Their pit stop now, going to be the second pit stop of the race for them. And, well, as I say, their teammate took tyres, 30.1 seconds for that team with their pit stop. Let's see what top number 2 does. Are they going to change driver? Are they going to keep the same driver in? They're going to change driver here. Devin Torenzo once again getting behind the wheel here for that number 2 car. And, well, the Road Bastards staying out as well. That's interesting to see how they're able to, them and the race leader, Black and Motorsport, just able to carry on, pushing on, and getting that fuel, that extra fuel usage, maybe a little bit of lifting and coasting into braking zones, and trying to work the mileage, work the marks for that. And well, Black Animal Motorsports, will we see them coming in this time by? You would imagine so, Alvin.
And I think we are approaching this point of the race that the more you try to push it, yes, the number 168 coming into the pits, but the longer you can stay out, the more you can approach that sweet spot that you can make the race on one more stop. So for many of the teams here, like the number 168, trying to push it just one more lap, it was very important, and the number 92 going even one lap further, so the number 92 really pushing the strategy call.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're really giving it to absolutely everything here as, well, Black and Motorsports change a driver again. Alex Ellis is going to jump back into that car. So you would imagine that they're going to do a full service here. So tyres and fuel as well for them. By the way, Simotok eSport number 2, that was a 48-second pit stop for them. So quite a long pit stop there for the number 2 car. That means they've dropped back from their teammate, number 1 car. Black and Motorsport then on pit road. Of course, that'll be with the driver change time as well, won't it? Involved in that, because Black and Motorsports, Alex Ellis is getting to about that time now. They'll be pulling away, 47.5 second pit stop for them. But as you mentioned, the Road Bastards, they're able to last that one lap longer here in that number 92 car. Interesting to see. They should come onto pit road, you imagine, here this time by. No, they don't. Staying out another lap here in this one here. And Alvin, you know, they're taking fuel economy to the extreme here, and they're doing a good job at it.
Definitely, you know, I don't know exactly what is the strategy when it comes to fuel here for the number 92, but whatever they're doing, you know what, keep on doing it, because it is working right now. The more you can stay out, the more you can really push into that golden one more stop before the checker flag. But I think anybody that comes into the pits now, they should be safe for one more stop. It's just a matter that if we get another full course yellow, that can really throw strategy all over the place. So for many teams, you know, it's much right. This green flag run, try to stretch it as much as you can.
Yeah, we certainly had a good period of green flag racing here today in this part of the race. Just looking back through my data here, just to find out when the last caution was actually, because it was quite a while ago. It feels like now. It was about half an hour ago.
Oh, we got one now.
And we got one now. Right,
oh my God, I have to say the number 92, the worst of luck. He was coming into the pits as the full course yellow was being waved, so he had to actually bail out and go on a landscaping excursion.
Yeah, that is the worst time for that caution to come out. And the question is, Alvin, is it the number 47 Delta Motorsport, Delta 49 Motorsports? They've been having a good race. They've been having a good race today. They were stuck up on the grass on the infield on the exit of Siberia.
Well, looking at how they tried to get out, and oh my God, I'm pretty sure that this is more like if you are driving on a rural road, this is one of those that you really don't like, that you try to back up and all of a sudden you get stuck in a ditch and there's really not much you can do there.
So we're going to take restock then, have a look at what's happening, but the what's happening is the race leader is now stuck behind the pace car under full course caution, and they've got to go at minimum 2 laps before they can even make a pit stop here. They can ask for an emergency service from race control if they can't make it. And you know what? They're pretty erratic with their speed here. I don't know whether they maybe possibly run out of fuel. I think they are pulling off the track. They've run out of fuel here.
Yeah, definitely major drama there for the number 92. I think they had to come into the pits and at least get that emergency service requested. And I know that may entitle a penalty from iRacing, but also race control, you know, they also have the power to actually override some of those penalties, and I think that was one of those that, at least for the number 92, they should be able to come into the pits and at least get 1 or 2 laps of fuel just before, because anyways, now this is pretty much a race changing event for them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was touch and go for them when the caution flag came out as to whether they would have made it or not, and unfortunately for them, they couldn't make it. So, yeah, big drama for them, and they've had to take that tour there. And well, what was looking like a potentially good run for them has now ended up with them in the pits. I'll tell you who's in a good position here at the moment is Fusion Racing. With that short fuel on the pit stop that they did, Alvin, they're effectively, well, the second place at the moment with F4H Racing 34 laps completed on their stint. That Fusion Racing are in a very good position at the moment.
They definitely are in a good position for sure. Now, I don't know exactly how many laps they went before, so that's gonna be really interesting how much they were able to do. But with that short stop that they got right now, they are in P number 2. But I'm afraid that they will have to come into the pits later, and I think they may be close into getting a splash and dash. I'm trying to look at how much they have done so far, the number 22. So I will do a bit of digging out and I will be back up.
Yeah, I was going to say they've done 6 laps of this stint at the moment. So they're able to save some fuel here. And this is it now. All the team managers will be there, sat there now furiously typing away at calculators, trying to recalculate. Oh, they'll possibly wait until after the restart to then sort of see, right, where are we in terms of fuel? When will we make our final pit stop? And crucially, how much fuel do we put into the car on that final pit stop there, Alvin? As well, race control are just explaining the circumstance to the teams. So, race control finalists let know that the pit lane is open. So, of course, with the issues that happened with the road bastards, they're still on pit road, by the way, the road bastards. So it's a long tour here for them. And they really, it's just been awful for them here today. Just a reminder, whilst we're under this caution, that DGFX Racing is brought to you with DIYSim.com, a SimCraft company. DIYSim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedal, motion system, motion chassis kit needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the results of these 2 pursuits. It combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's DIYSim.com, a SimCraft company. And also DGFX Racing is brought to you with My Opinion, Therefore Fact Racing Podcast. A couple of race fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Check them out at motef.com. That's RacespotTV.com for their podcasts, and make sure you check them out there. That's who is bringing you the series sponsors there. And well, Alvin, I hope you've had time to do the calculations here, because I'm only going to carry on talking for so long here.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it kind of seems like during the last couple of full course yellows, the number 22 has been coming into the pits and just doing short splashes of fuel here and there. So I think that's kind of been helping them in their strategy so far.
Roadbusters are back up and running now, down in 10th place. Of course, fortunately, with it being a caution, they were able to have that turn not affect them too much. I believe they are still on the lead lap as well, so that's really come out looking for them. Looking at your race lead at the moment, your pit lane is open, of course, so they could have pitted, but they didn't. So it is F4H Racing currently in your race lead, with Fusion Racing in second. Third place is Simatoc Esport number 1, Julien Rebelot in the wheel of that one. Blackadder Motorsport Workiva Alex Ellis is in 4th place in this race, with Simatoc Esport number 2, David Taranto in 5th. German Simracing.de, the 153 car, is in 6th, with Team ISDC Rickshare in 7th, and Team Vikings Mona in 8th place at the moment. In your GT class, it is Graphite Racing who is leading that one at the moment, with AOD Racing in 2nd place, SimRC.de Melon in 3rd, with Fusion Black Racing in 4th. And did I just hear somebody blow an engine? I'm sure I did, but never mind. 5th place in your GT field is Delta 49 Motorsports. 6th place is Blackadder Motorsport Workiva number 66, with 7th F4H Motorsports number 17, and 8th place in GT is SimRC.de Strawberry. And then finally in your GTC, it is Top Trick Racing Radio in the lead, David Barraclough in the lead of that one, with SimRC.de 11 in 2nd, Berlin Sim Sport number 87 in 3rd, with Race for Cat Motorsport Red in 4th. Probatum Racing Academy, even though they've been battered about a little bit and made the odd mistake, are in 5th place in class, with 6th place going to the War Dogs. 7th is SimRC.de Kiwi, with 8th place Berlin Sim Sport number 194. And Alvin, we had a spinner under caution.
Yeah, we certainly did. It was the number 14 spinning while braking coming into Honda corner. Fortunately, it was just a self-spin. Nobody else was involved.
Yeah, so plenty's been happening here today in this one. And, well, just looking then through here on this field, the driver's getting ready for the start, and well, we're just having a look down this field, and GTN Racing, who were in the lead of the GTC field, they are out of this race, and we have absolutely no idea what's happened there. We'll try and find out for you to find out what's happened there, but yeah, it's certainly been.
I think I got it. They were coming out of the pits, and for some reason, I don't know exactly what was happening. Perhaps a little bit of hardware failure, but as they came out of the pits, they were right into the wall.
Really bizarre how that's happened, but it looks like they're completely out of this race, and. Well, here we go then. All set for not enough a restart. We're going to be another lap to go here in this one, and certainly it's really interesting where some of these drivers are positioned now. You've got under an hour and a half left in this race here, Alvin, and you know you've seen what. in terms of sort of like team managing and things like that, or racing in an endurance event like this, you've got to look at that and say, right, we've got an hour and a half left. We know for sure that there's going to be no cautions in the final half hour of this race. So there's going to be under an hour of race where there's going to be potentially a caution. So you're looking at your fuel calculations now and going, right, this is what we need.
It definitely is, and for many of the teams, what they are looking is to get into the 50-minute mark. Once they get into the 50-minute mark, that is the safe spot here for the last pit window that opens. Once that opens, I'm pretty sure most, if not all, of the teams will come in, try to get their service done, because once they get that, it's no more service, it's all solved on track.
Yeah, certainly, as we're all getting all set for this restart. It's going to be interesting how this one is going to go. And, well, this is it. We've got another race leader now, FRH Racing. They've not been in the race not been in the lead of this race. So it's going to be, see how they get on. Romeo in the lead, behind the wheel, behind the safety car. And he's really got to time it right. We've seen how restarts can go wrong and restarts can go right. And he'll be just getting a talk from his teammates saying, right, this is what we need to do. Let's work to it. Let's make sure that this all works out and that everything goes well.
It definitely does, and you know, I think it's this is pretty much trying to get a good timing here and there. So for the number 148 now into lead, although they are pretty much they will have to come into the pits eventually. I do have to point that out.
Yeah, they are, what, on lap 37. It's yeah, it's got what, 37 laps on the stint. Now this is extending, and well, race control are saying that they're going to have to extend this restart because of a few issues with what positions of cars. Now AOD have suddenly dropped off of my timing screen whilst we're behind the pace car. I believe it might be just a technical problem for them here, which would be, well, a bit of a disaster for them, considering that they had been running in and around up at the front of your GT field. So, Alvin, you never want to see, a car dropping out like that, but definitely, it's looking like that's what's happened here.
It certainly is, and you know, well, that's one of those things that happen, but good for race control, trying to sort everything out, trying to make sure that everything is done correctly, and making sure that there are no issues.
Yeah, so we're just going to be waiting on a little bit more now for this restart whilst everything gets organised here, and well, my timing screen's gone a little bit funny here. I'm trying to sort this out at the moment. It's definitely, it's been one of those days today, Alvin, and do you know what? It's nice to be able to sort of just take stock of what's happened here, because we've had plenty of drama, plenty of incidents, and well, we're going to be heading on towards the end of this race, and it's going to be a pretty exciting end to the race.
Certainly will be, as the minutes tick by. We're only an hour 24 to go into this race, and you know, as the time goes by, it's also one extra lap that these cars are doing under yellow, and that's definitely gonna help them when it comes to strategy. So especially for the leader right now, the number 148, every lap that they do under yellow, it's definitely going to help them into the strategy. I still think that they will have to come into the pit for one more stop, and that is assuming there are no more full course yellows.
So let's hope there's no more full course cautions. I'm sure I said that about 2.5 hours ago when we had the first the first safety car. So we're going to be under caution still for the time being. And I tell you what, if you're FOH racing, you're enjoying this because it's saving you plenty of fuel. You're what, 38 laps? You're going to be 39 laps into your stint now. But you're going to be able to go. We're just getting the messages from race control. They're going to hopefully go 1 to green this time by. But yeah, they're saving plenty of fuel here with this extended caution, as we've got more cars just getting the wave by here, trying to sort everything out. And well, let's hope that it's all good. And well, this is where basically I lose my mind trying to come up with things to talk about whilst we're behind caution. One thing we'll say is the next round of the DGFX series is going to be from the Circuit de la Sarde, otherwise known as Le Mans. That's going to be a really interesting race because that is just absolute full-on high-speed action all the way, Alvin.
It certainly will be, and then when you consider that, yeah, it's not gonna be the usual 24-hour race that we see at Le Mans. It's gonna be a 6-hour race, but still, it's gonna be 6 hours of high speed. If we think that Phillip Island is a pretty high-speed race, well, we're gonna wait till the next round at Le Mans, and that's gonna be absolutely bonkers.
But if there's one thing about that Le Mans circuit, though, it's a endurance track. So you know that everybody's going to have the room there. There is a couple of danger spots, especially around Porsche curves, where incidents could possibly happen, and into the chicanes like the Ford chicane or the Dunlop chicane. But really, apart from those, you've got plenty of space for people to make those moves, to put laps on people, to get through. And certainly I'm looking forward to that because it's always a fantastic race around that circuit. And we're getting set, hopefully, for a restart because everybody's catching up to the back of the field. We're heading in towards turn number 10. We'll see from race control if we get it, and we're going to go another lap here behind the safety car. Obviously race control weren't happy with where everyone was on track, so we've got one more lap to just to vamp, to ad lib here, Alvin. And here's a question I know I've never asked you. Have you had the opportunity to race at Le Mans?
Yes, I did. In fact, the inaugural iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans, I was able to take part after I did my, I'm not gonna say mandatory 6 hours of commentary, which is where the legend known as Jake Sperry did his, let's say he had his moment, his family moment.
Yeah, yes, I remember that.
Where he had his family moment. So then after that, I got behind the Phoenix Motorsports 4GT. Let's say that it was more of a survival mode at that point. I wasn't really the fastest driver, but at the end of the day, the most important thing, I was able to keep the car clean. And then after that, my teammates, Joris Thielen, John Hall, Jonathan Fuller, and also Kimmo Suominen, which at that point he was a guest driver for Phoenix Motorsports, they were able to take the car over, and we finished in a very respectable P2, I have to say.
You see, the only racing I've ever done around Le Mans is touring car racing. That's the only racing I've done around there, which is a completely different matter because that was basically just slipstream racing, wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door, mirror-to-mirror battling in sprint races. So it's a completely different thing with a car that isn't necessarily a car built for racing, shall we say? But yeah, it's certainly interesting to race around there. And we've had the news from race control that we are going to be going green this time by, so we are going to be getting some semblance of a race going, being rather extended. Yellow flag caution period. Thank you for staying with us if you are watching here today on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. This is the DGFX Racing 4 hours of Phillip Island. It's round number 3 of the season. We're at the halfway point of the season here, and we will be seeing how teams get on going into the second half of the season. We've got an hour and 18 minutes remaining in this one, and certainly it's been an interesting race, that's for sure. Hugo Lewis, by the way, just reminded us that he hasn't raced for that long. He hasn't done any team races on iRacing, so we've got to change that at some point, Alvin. We've really got to get him in the car, get him in a race spot car.
Yeah, you know what? I think that would be a good idea. I think we will have to, one of these is we will have to enter a 24-hour race as RacespotTV and get Hugo. But then again, I think we, and if you ask me, we can put Hugo's cats to actually do the whole broadcast. They are well trained, but you know, let's get all that out of the way because we are about to go green.
Yep, certainly we are going to go green, and it is F4H Racing at the front of your field, getting the green flag. Away we go again. And it is, well, as I say, an hour and 17 minutes remaining in this one. And, well, look at that, Fusion Racing already making moves on back markers to try and get through, because they want to get with the leader. They want to try and get that lead to Fusion Racing to try and put a gap on them at the front there, and they're already putting the pressure on here as they're heading towards Honda Corner, looking to the outside on the entry to Honda Corner. We've got 2 wide action here going into Honda Corner, not going to make that move stick, but certainly worth the effort as Simitok as well, the number 1 car, is coming through as well. Black Adam Motorsports, they're just going past their teammate who's of course laps down, and they're down there, and Team ISDC, Rigshare, they're around, they're on the entry to Honda Corner, and they've just locked the rear brakes there, hard braking, speed across the track, luckily not collecting anyone. They're going to get back up and running there, so nice safe rejoin for them. But Fusion Racing out at the front here with F4H Racing, they're battling it out there. Simitok eSport number 2 is battling position as well, and so too's Chaos Brigade making moves on German simracing.de. That's just in your prototypes. There's battling going on further down as well. Your GTE class, CMRC.de Strawberry, they're right on the back of Black Adam Motorsports. And also in your GTC, you've got battling Probatum trying to make their way through as well. And, well, action all the way through, but it's that battle for the lead here, Alvin, that we're going to focus on, because this is only 0.4 of a second between them. And, well, Black Adam Motorsports, crucially, have made it past the number 1 car as well.
It certainly is. So this battle here, the number 22 and the number 148. Yes, the number 148, they have to come into the pits eventually, but a really interesting strategy that they are trying to employ. I think they may be able to go maybe 7 to 8 more laps here on the green flag with all the fuel that they have been able to save, and that'll be, well, I think they will still be able, it will be really close to whether they can make it under 1 more stop. They will definitely need 1 more full course yellow if they want to make it all the way to the checker flag without coming back into the pits for a splash of gas.
Well, this is a team here that's basically rolled the dice here, and it's well, it could possibly pay off for them. We'll have to wait and see how they get on. CMRC.de Strawberry, a little bit of contact with Black Adam Motorsport, and also F4H Motorsport number 17 car is around at Lukey Heights. They did that all on their own because they thought they were going to end up into the back of a pilot. Lost control of the car, they're back up and running now. And, well, away they go, and they're back up and running. And, yeah, all sorts of shenanigans have been going on, but drivers getting back on to the track and getting the job done. Looking at that lead back, let's drop back a little bit. Fusion Racing dropped back a little bit, almost a second behind. And, well, at the moment, they don't have to make that move because they know that that team in front have got to make a pit stop. But Black Adam Motorsports are coming for them, and they're trying to gain on that Fusion Racing carrier, Alvin.
That's pretty much the question for the number 22 right now. What do they want to do? Are they comfortable enough to stay behind the 148 as they go around, but also letting the number 168 just catch up little by little, or is it better to just go around the number 148 right now and try to open the gap? One thing is for sure, if they try to go around, as I think that 22 trying to look at the outside here, going into Duhan corner, but definitely not getting the run that they're looking for. The number 168 closing just 10th by 10th, and this will definitely become a 3-car battle. And the thing with the number 22 is, if he's able to get the 148, there's gonna be clear track for maybe 1-2 more laps, and I think that's the opportunity that he needs now.
Yeah, he needs to make this move and make it fast, because that Blackadder Motorsports car is coming up behind him. It's only 1.4 seconds, behind him now, and it's getting a little bit tense here at the front. James Crawshaw trying to make moves here, going through Lukey Heights once again. Downhill braking zone, you're hard onto the brakes here, through the tight right-hand hairpin. I'll tell you what we'll do here is we'll go on board with James Crawshaw Fusion Racing for a RaceSpot fan immersion lap of Phillip Island as he's trying to hunt down the IVRA racing car in the lead of this race. We saw it in front of us on the onboard lap. FH Racing got into a little bit of issues with back markers there. The GTC car of Berlin Simspot number 194 was running wide there, and the 148 took the wide line through there. Not really the line they wanted to take, and that means that they've dropped down to second place. Fusion Racing them in the position that they wanted to be in, and that is first place, but they've only got, looking behind, 1.8 seconds between them and Blackadder Motorsports, because Blackadder Motorsports now coming up behind the FH Racing car. And Alvin, we've seen it so many times today, traffic, and it's going to cost you big time.
It certainly is, and I think for the number 148, it was just about trying to, I think they haven't really had to experience traffic while trying to be in a battle as important as they were here for the lead. So the number 22 now here in the lead on the race, and that's really important because that has allowed the number 168 to also be caught on the traffic as well.
And I tell you what, traffic has not helped again. Blackadder Motorsports, the sister car in the GTA almost wiped out its teammate in the prototype there, but it got a bang from behind from the F4H racing car. Got onto the brakes, locked up, all four wheels locked up into the hairpin, and Blackadder Motorsports very lucky indeed to get away with that one. But that's brought Simmertalk eSport number 1 right into this battle. It's game on here for P number 2 overall in this race. We've got side by side, we've got traffic, and here comes the eSports car, the Simmertalk eSport car through on Blackadder Motorsports now because of the traffic.
I think that was a bad decision there by the number 168. He was expecting the number 133 to go around the number 126, but unfortunately the 123 decided to play it safe, and that allowed the number 1 Simmertalk Esports to get the position from the number 168, but definitely the battle is not over.
Yeah, certainly it's not going to be over anytime soon. We've seen how fast that number 168 Alex Ellis driven car is here today. Don't forget that F4H racing car does owe us a pit stop. It's got 1 hour and 8 minutes remaining. We're almost going 3 wide into turn number 10 here. GTC cars battling away. You've also got these prototypes battling away for second overall in this race around the outside the go of that number 11 car. And I'll tell you what, if you're that number 11 car, you're in second place in your class there in GTC. That's the battle of second, third and fourth in GTC there that they've just gone around. In your prototypes, how it's just incredible that this is going on, and you're just trying to keep in your battle, but trying not to get involved in their battle as well.
Oh, you know, I'm pretty sure that I'm glad that I'm here in the commentary booth and not behind the wheel of any of these cars right now, because the action is really intense. We are almost 1 hour to go into this race, and this battle as the number 148 goes off track. Yeah, so that's down at Honda Corner, and well, basically just on the inside line because it had to overtake and lap traffic, got on the brakes a little bit too late, and around the outside, lose 2 positions there. So Simotok Esports number 1 is up to second place. Blackadder Motorsport work even. The number 168 Alex Ellis is into third place now because of that mistake. We've also got a penalty for the triple one car, German simracing.de. Avoidable contact. That's a 60-second stop and hold as well. All sorts happening here, but I tell you what, if you're Fusion Racing, you're up in your hands with glee, because you've now got a 4.2 second lead here, Alvin. As a 153. 153's had a crash here. Sorry, we'll get to you in a second. Yeah, big crash here going into Lukey Heights. The 153, the 117, and the 108.
And that the number 11 car got involved, and that was second place in GTC. It's now down to third place in GTC. Because of that, it almost ended up getting flipped there. It was such a big impact from that prototype behind. So all sorts happening here. F4H Racing, they're onto pit road. They couldn't give us any more, so they will have to do a splash and dash, you would think here, Alvin.
They certainly will have to do it for the F4H Racing. I'm pretty sure they are praying pretty much for another full course yellow if they want to have an opportunity here to race for the win. But it's gonna be really hard for them if trying to come back for this. But the number 22 open a nice 5.6 second gap right now over the number 1, and the 168 all caught up with the number 1. So that's a battle there for P2 in the prototype class.
Team Vikings Mona have been given a 60-second stop and hold. That's the number 73 car. That's your 7th place car. As here comes a change of position. Second place now, Blackadder Motorsport. Better run down the Gardner Straight, and they are through into second place in your race, in your overall positions, as they get caught up behind a 49 Motorsports car. All shapes of wrong out there, and you know what? That was them losing control themselves. Fusion Racing made it through clean. They decided to get going just as the 2 cars from second and third overall were coming round, and that number 1 car came off the worst from that.
It certainly is. The number 47 trying to get back on track. Maybe race control maybe having a bit of a look there for an unsafe rejoin. I think Dino Topic there could have done a better job trying to rejoin, but that's something for race control to decide now.
Yeah, that's it. We're here to talk about it, and there's plenty to talk about here. You've got battle for second place in your GT class. That is between Fusion Black, Neil Middleton, and then the Delta 49 Motorsports, the number 49 car of Dexter Castro. That's second and third. Ferrari versus Ford, and well, that is the furthest up Ford in your field now. As we've seen that plenty go on here as Team Vikings take their 60-second penalty, and that's dropping them down in your prototype field. They were 7th, they're now down to at least 11th, possibly even 12th place. Now they're going to get back up and running now for them. But this battle here, second and third, in your GT class. You've also got SimRC.de Strawberry, Justin Hickman behind them in 4th place as Chaos Brigade. What's happened to them? They've had an issue, and it looks like at turn number 2, I believe it is. And coming around turn number 2, and they made contact with the Unicorn Endurance team. And the Chaos Brigade have had all sorts of issues just trying to get back onto the track there.
Definitely not the race for Chaos Brigade right now. You know, they come here, serve a penalty, and then on top of that, get a little bit of a tap on the number 16.
We've got GT battle for P number 2, and Dexter Castro has made the move. They were side by side all the way down the pit straight, and they've made that move stick in that 49 car. So Delta 49 Motorsports up into 2nd place in class, but they got caught up behind the GTC car, and that's going to allow Fusion Black to get right onto the back of them. They're going to look to the outside of Honda. It's not ideal line here, but you can try and get a cutback here on the exit. It's not really going to work here, so Delta 49 Motorsports up into 2nd place in class with SimRC.de Strawberry right behind them.
Definitely the number 49 having a good race here. Dexter Castro in the Delta 49 Motorsports. Now the Neil Middleton in the number 8 trying to get P2 from them, but the number 77, the MRC.de car that has been all sorts of bad luck here in this race. He's trying to salvage something here, running in P4, but right now the number 78, the sister team of the number 77, in the lead of the race at 12.5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, they certainly are. Out in front there, well, it's now 13.5 seconds. There's a GTC car going for a little bit of grass tracking on the exit of the final corner, able to return to the track clean as Fusion Racing onto pit road. Right about an hour and 1 minute remaining. They're going to be tight on fuel here, Alvin. In fact, I think they may have to do a splash and dash towards the end.
I think this is more of a strategy call. They have seen all the traffic that they have to deal with right now. So this seems to me more like trying to get out of traffic. But yeah, it's really close trying to make it now. It's definitely a splash of fuel for sure that they will need to if they want to make it towards the end.
148. They've gone for a spin through the gravel at Honda corner. Got onto the brakes, and it's that prototype thing. They locked up the rear brakes and around they went, but they're back up and running now. That's the main thing. But Fusion Racing, they've changed driver as well, and that stretches out the pit stop just a little bit. 46.5 seconds is that pit stop. They're going to get back up and running now, down in 6th place. We'll see where they are in terms of comparing to Black and Motorsports. Really, the best part of a lap behind now. They're about a minute behind the race leader. So it's all dependent now. I don't think that they're going to be fighting for the race win here. They could possibly get a good result here in this one, because the rest of them ahead now, they're all in sort of the 20s, the 20 laps range of laps that they've done on their pit cycle at the moment here, Alvin.
It certainly is, and you know, for how this race has been going so far, it's been a really interesting race in terms of strategy calls in here that we have seen in here today. So, you know, for some teams that are coming into the pits right now, it's really interesting what they're trying to do. Perhaps they have found a way that even trying to run full throttle, they can go all the way to the hour mark. So, yeah, you know, it's a really interesting call that some of the teams are trying to do right now. But with that said, well, the number 168 back in the lead of the prototype class.
Yep, certainly, and what they'll be trying to do now is trying to stretch out that lead. They'll be trying to get that lead as big as possible, so that when they have to make their final pit stop, they will be able to get going. I was going to keep an eye on that battle for second place in GTE, but Justin Hickman's just half lost it coming around the penultimate corner, so that battle is now pretty much dissipated here in this one. Looking down your field, really, there isn't really that many battles that are absolutely neck and neck at the moment. So, in fact, tell a lie, NAB Racing and Team ISDC Ridgeshare, they're battling out for 14th in the field at the moment. Going down the Gardner Straight into turn number 1, and well, can they go side by side and contact there? And ISDC Ridgeshare, they're off. They're going to lose the position, and I tell you what, I think somebody else went off there as well in that one, because there were certainly cars involved there, and that would be Dino Topic in the Delta 49 Motorsports number 47 car, who's around as well. So all sorts happening in towards turns number 1 and 2, but definitely everything's just calmed down a little bit in terms of major sort of battles here. That race lead now 6.3 seconds, Alan.
6.3 seconds, so number 168 doing what he needs to do right now. But this battle for P2 in your GT class is really absolutely getting heated up between the 49 and the 77. Dustin Hickman, it looks like he got a good run there from Dexter Castro, and Dexter Castro flashing the lights to the Blackout Motorsports. And you know, Paul, when you flash the light, that means you gotta get out of the way, because that car it's coming in really hot.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a polite way of saying, oi, shift over, will you? Away they go through that traffic. They've got GTC car in front. If Dustin Hickman can work this, the 27 car is getting involved as well. That's the Bill and Sim Sport HPD, the prototype, going through towards Honda Corner. And it's all getting a bit sort of bunched up at once again in little clumps here. And Unicorn Endurance have lost a little bit of ground in the race as well, just noticing on my time streets. But here we go, look at this move now. Dustin Hickman down the inside of the exit of Siberia Corner. They're going to go side by side through this right-hander at turn number 8, and then Lukey Heights, turn number 9. This long sweeping right-hander. It's all about the brakes. Down in towards turn number 10. Oh, and this prototype's getting involved here. Dustin Hickman's got to be careful in that CMRC.de car with those prototype cars, and luckily for him, they're all making it around them and basically keeping it on track. But CMRC.de Strawberry now up into second place. It's a 1-2 for that team in GT.
1-2 for CMRC.de, so they're having a good race up here right now, but the advance right now, oh my god, almost 24 seconds from P1 to P2 in your GTE class. So the number 78 there, Jürgen Frank and the CMRC.de Melon definitely checking out.
Certainly are, although that Delta 49 Motorsports Dexter Castro is not giving up on this one yet. He's keeping with him for the time being. We've also got close action further down. Oh, we've got a car off in your prototypes in turn number 2, and that was the Road Bastards Green, Jakob Lehmann being off there. There was a GTC car was off as well. There was Blackadder Motorsports car off as well. Oh, there was all sorts of accidents going on because GT Temple Racing were off as well at turn number 1. The CMRC.de Lemon car got involved in this incident as well. Made contact with that Road Bastards Green car. That's going to be one for race control to sort that mess out, because there was about 4 or 5 cars off at one spot, all in different instants.
Certainly, yes, and you know, that's one of the things. We are pretty much under 1 hour to go now, so all the drivers are definitely trying to push as much as they can right now, because this is pretty much the time to go. And well, we got another penalty here. The number 121 War Dogs, they're getting a 60-second stop and hold for onside driving under the yellow flag.
Yep, they certainly are getting that, but well, it started off chaotic and well, dramatic is the word that I'll use here, and it's certainly ending off this way as well in this race. We started with 56 cars. we have now got, looking at my timing screen, I believe we've got 47 cars still running actively at the moment, with 2 cars on pit road for a significant period. So it's been a rate of attrition here. Certainly people have been pushing, and instances happened, and round goes the 49 car at turn number 10. And that was a bit of a concertina effect with the AOD Racing and also NAB car as well. It's turn number 10. The NAB car locks up the brakes, gets tagged from behind, which then pushes him into the 49 car. Big instant for them around the WEM. And 49 Motorsports, they were battling for 3rd place. They are now down to 4th place in your GTE field, with Blackadder Motorsports 66 car not that far behind them, Alvin.
And I'm pretty sure that Race Control will not be happy with that move by the number 108 going into turn number 10. So pretty sure Race Control will definitely have a look into that incident, but that has allowed the number 67 to pull away from that battle for your last step in the podium in your GTE class.
Certainly, it's pretty much put Fusion Black now into 3rd place, although there are 37 laps completed on their stint at the moment, so they're going to be heading into their final pit stop, and they'll have to take on more fuel than the people that they're racing against. So certainly they're going to be caught out by that one, that's for sure. It's all sorts going on. I believe the Chaos Brigade getting a penalty as well in this one, or is that a little bit earlier? I think that was a little bit earlier actually. I'm jumping ahead of myself there, reading too much into the race control sheet, but certainly this has been an interesting race here. And what we will do then is, oh my goodness, 4 wide into turn number 1. I thought it was going to be a bit chaotic, but they made it through and they made it work. What we'll do then is, we're just going round turn number 2, and I'm looking at Matthias Magnussen in the 66 Blackadder Motorsports car. He's trying to catch up here to the Delta 49 Motorsports car. He's having to get out of the way of some of the prototype class, but now got a bit of a gap behind him. So what we'll do here is let's go on board with another Race Spot fan immersion with number 66 Blackadder Motorsport car, 5th place in your GT class. He's got a bit of traffic ahead, but he's also got the number 49 car that he's trying to battle with. Well, there we are then. The number 66 onto pit road then for the final time in this race, and we're going to be seeing these final pit stops now in this one. We've got 46 and 3/4 minutes remaining in this one. You are watching the 4 hours of Phillip Island, round number 3 of season 5 of the DGFX Endurance Series here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me is Alvin Nieves, and Hugo Lewis is behind the cameras and the graphics here for us tonight. And well, Alvin, we're into this final part of the race as the number 2 car comes onto pit road for the final time. This is all the final pit stops for these drivers.
All the final pit stops, and now the question is, or if you are in that point on the race that you can go perhaps 10 more laps, do you risk it and try to stay 10 more laps out and risk the chance of a full course yellow coming out and you having to stay out, or do you try to bank that last stop, come in, make sure that everything is ready to go, and that way you don't put any chances on another full course yellow?
Yeah, that's it. Now, interesting one to note here is Fusion Racing, who we saw pushing the hour mark with their pit stop, the pit stop that they had. They are 12 laps into the stint. They're getting close to being lapped here by Black and Motorsports. It's the number 1 car now comes onto pit road for its final pit stop. Now, Black and Motorsports will always pit stop. We know that for sure. We don't know whether Fusion Racing are having to just fuel save here to get themselves to the end with that pit stop that they took on the hour mark.
Well, that is the question really right now with Fusion Racing as the number 1 Simatak Esports coming into the pits as well for the final time here in the 4 hours of Phillip Island. So now the question for the number 22 is, knowing that they came in and it was just a little bit over 1 hour to go, can they go all the way to the finish line? So I'm pretty interested if they are trying to save a little bit of fuel here and there, so trying to see what their strategy is trying to play. But as I said, that they are just coming, if my live timing is correct, they are gonna come right in front of the number 22.
Well, I'll tell you what, the number 22, yeah, they're right there with the number 1 Simatok car. If you're the 22 car, you sit behind them, do a little bit of fuel saving and just help your fuel mileage with that, unless you know you're going to have to make a splash and dash, in which case you get the hammer down and you just give it absolutely everything.
And that is pretty much here what the number 22, what he is really trying to do, because it is really it's really something that we don't know what the answer is, where the 22, they think that if they have enough fuel to make it all the way to the checker flag, or if they will have to go into the if they will have to come into the pits one more time. But at this point I'll say they've already rolled the dice, so might as well just take it and just see where it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget also, it's not just about getting to the hour, it's also that extra bit past the hour as well you've got to take into account as well for the end of the race. And Fusion Racing, they're not holding back here. They're making the move for that position, and through they go then on Simatok. They've made that position up into 3rd place. I think with the way that they're driving there, they owe us another pit stop here, Alvin.
It certainly is, and this race so far, besides all the chaos that we have seen during the first 3 hours of this race, this is starting to become a really fascinating race here when it comes to strategy, especially here if you're the number 22 Fusion Racing. What is the strategy that you're trying to get? They are past the number 1 Simatok Esports, as they are trying to battle here with traffic, and the number 1 definitely getting boxed there behind the GTC car, so the number 22 getting the advantage that they need now.
Well, I'll tell you what, the 22 is about to get lapped here by Black and Motorsports. Wow, that was brave by Alex Ellis there, sticking it over the curb onto the grass there and making that move through. It was almost a sign of desperation there that he wanted to get that move through and get that lap up on Fusion Racing. He's got a lap on Simatok Esport number 1 and number 2, but of course this Blackadder Motorsport car does owe us a final pit stop along with the second place car, German SimRacing.de number 153 here.
It certainly is, but now here's the deal with the number 168. They have the luxury to wait as long as they can for the last stop because they pretty much have a lap all over the prototype field. So if a full course yellow comes in, they will be they and German SimRacing.de will be pretty much the only cars that will be on the lead lap. So Blackadder Motorsports are sitting really comfortably here in the lead of the race. So even when they come into the pits and they do their service, they're gonna be in a really comfortable position for sure.
Now let's not forget the other classes that are in this race as well. You've got your GT field, which is led by SimRC.de Mellon. They've had their final pit stop now. 5 laps, in fact, they're into their stint. And Jürgen Frank at the wheel, very good endurance racer there behind the wheel. Delta 49 Motorsports, amazingly, are in second place. After all the incidents that's happened with them, able to keep that second place is fantastic. BAM Workiva, Matthias Magnussen is in third place in class after having his pit stop. Fusion Black in fourth, with the Apex Racing Group RGT Red in fifth. F4H Motorsport, I was about to mention that they were going to pit stop. They're just coming onto pit road now to have their final stop. They were in sixth place, they'll probably drop down. BAM Workiva, number 166 in seventh. The Top Freak Racing Corkscrew in 8th place in your GT field. In your GTC, there's still a couple of cars yet to have their final pit stop. Top Freak Racing Radio, who's in the lead of David Paraclaw, and Berlin Simsport number 87 in second place. They both owe us a pit stop. Third place as well, Race for Cat Motorsport Red owe us a pit stop as well. So we won't know the final positions really of that until all those pit stops are done for those three. Berlin Simsport are in, SimRC.de Lemon are in fourth place. They had their pit stop with 10 laps into the stint. You would imagine that they'll be good for the end of this one. Berlin Simsport 194 in fifth place, with Aggie Motorsports in sixth place. But 33 laps into their stint, so you would imagine they've got one more pit stop to ours. SimRC.de Kiwi, 24 laps on their stint. You think they're going to have to do a splash and dash at some point for them. So those categories, those classes are still ongoing. In fact, Top Freak Radio are on pit road now to make their final pit stop here. Simatok Esport, they're battling Fusion Racing at the moment. Through turn number 2, looking to try and make the move back past that Fusion Racing car. But Fusion Racing, you almost feel that they want to be behind really to save some fuel. But certainly they're pushing hard and they're pushing on and they're determined to stay ahead at the moment. RacingCommunity.de Fire, 11th place onto pit road. You've got Team ISDC Rigshare. They've been on pit road just now. They're back up and running. So Alvin, pretty much everyone, bar one or two that owes a pit stop, have made that pit stop now.
Yeah, and pretty much for the prototype classes, they should be pretty much all done for most of the teams here. We still have Blackadder Motorsports that will have to come into the pits
I grew up in Northern California, and my parents were just really big race fans and took my sister and I to sprint car races pretty much every Friday and Saturday night. So I did outlaw kart racing from 7 till I was 14. And then that's when I got into 360 and 410 wing sprint cars. There's just something about dirt racing that's just, you can't get anywhere else. I enjoy going back to race them whenever I can. I get to run about 20 to 25 dirt races a year and try and put on a show every time I'm there.
Battle for the lead. Kyle Larson to the inside of Shane Stewart. Slide job, no. Larson unable to complete the pass. He'll follow Shane Stewart down the back straightaway. Stewart makes the move to the inside of Craig Kinster. Kyle Larson goes around the outside out of turn 4. You've got a new race leader. Kyle Larson from 9th leads on lap number 23.
I'm probably just a little more relaxed, I guess, at the dirt track just because it's for fun, where the NASCAR stuff, it's points racing and a lot bigger sponsors and stuff you have to please and all that. You're there for 3 days a week, so your approach is a little bit different there, where sprint cars you're there for 5 or 6 hours and moving on to the next racetrack. So I've been on iRacing, I think, since 2009 or 10. Yeah, I remember starting out, as a rookie on there, in the legends and the late models and stuff like that. And that was fun to, have to try and get your licenses up and stuff. But it's amazing to me how, now that I get to race on a lot of the tracks that are on there, how to the T, similar because of the laser scanning and stuff like that. So all the bumps and all the visual aspects of it are very good. So when I first got to like K&N and then the Nationwide Series at the time, I would race iRacing all the time to learn as much as I could about the racetrack before I went to the actual racetrack to race. So to me, it's just for fun now. So I enjoy going on there. Actually, I don't enjoy going on there all the time because I don't win a lot. So it's frustrating to see myself struggle to run top 10 in an Xfinity race or something like that and get beat by Logan Seavey every time I run a sprint car. So the level of competition on iRacing is better than real life. You've got thousands of drivers on there that, a lot of them are probably better than the people you see on TV. They just haven't had the opportunities to make it, but can kick butt on there and you can spend all day long running thousands of laps a day, so you can get yourself, really good at it. So competition level is just unbelievable, really, on there. Everybody's been asking for dirt on there for forever. So when they announced it, I got really, really excited. And honestly, it's blown my expectations away. The cars, to me, drive really good when the track's hooked up. The visual part of the racetrack changing is amazing. How you can run some laps and see it start to get shiny, and then you feel it getting slick. Areas of the racetrack getting dirty, and then you get some cars run through there and it cleans off and gets grip back. It's nuts. The tear-off feature is really cool. Watching the wing move backwards and forwards. I run with the virtual reality headset too, so being able to look down and see everything, it looks extremely realistic. So yeah, it blew my expectations away. And it's only going to get better, really.
Do apologise about the loss of the stream there, but we're back live for the final half hour of the DGFX Endurance Series here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. It's myself, Paul Smith, with Alvin Nieves on commentary, and it is Hugo Lewis behind the cameras and graphics. And well, we're into this final half hour now, Alvin, and well, let's have a quick look at the top 8 of each class, because it is Backadder Motorsport Wakiva in first place, 25 seconds ahead of Fusion Racing in second, with Simatok Esports in third and fourth with number 1 and number 2 car. FRH Racing in 5th with German Sim Racing.D in 6th, Road Bastards Green in 7th with Chaos Brigade in 8th place at the moment, because Unicorn have gone on to pit road for a final time. In your GTC field, it is SimRC.D Melon in first place with Delta 49 Motorsports in second, only 0.4 of a second ahead of Fusion Black in third place. Fourth is BAM Workiva, number 66, with VApex Racing Group GT Red in fifth. Sixth place is Top Prix Racing Corkscrew, BAM Workiva in seventh with the 166 car, and FRH Motorsport number 17 in 8th place. And then finally in your GTC field, it is Top Pick Racing Radio, David Barraclough in the lead of that one. Berlin Simsport in second place with the 87 car. SimRC.D Lemon in third place with Race for Cat Mudsport Red in fourth. Berlin Simsport 194 in fifth. SimRC.D Kiwi is in 6th place, Aggie Motorsports in 7th, and Peregrine Yellow in 8th place. Nicely timed for the end of that music there, Alvin, but well, we've got 25 minutes remaining in this one, and well, at the moment really everything's just calmed down, well, apart from the battle for 10th place in this overall standings.
Battle for 10th place here in your prototype class between the 173 and 117 here in your prototype class. Racing Community Fire right now heading this battle here for what is P10 in your prototype class, and trying to look here at other battles that are starting to come here towards the end of the race. We also have the battle here for P2 in your GTE class between the Delta 49 Motorsports and Fusion Black, the number 8, being driven by Peter Smith right now. I think that's one of the most interesting battles here right now, because 49 Motorsport, they have been involved in a couple of incidents here and there, and well, it kind of looks like after all the problems that they have been having, the fact that they are running in P2 right now, I think that is a really nice reward, to say the least.
Yeah, certainly, considering everything that's happened to them, they are doing quite well at the moment. Looking at the 173 car running wide off track, back up on the track though, and they're battling side by side with the 73 car into Honda corner, and contact with the 73, and well, you got a conflagration there between several cars. The 173's got back up and running now. The 73, the Team Vikings Moina, they're struggling to get going. Oh, the FH GT car goes wide of them. Big instant there, and well, what a disaster for the 73 car now. Dropped from 10th to 14th.
And that was definitely not, yeah.
The Delta 49, they've dropped back a little bit as well. They've dropped down a couple of positions as well. Have they had their final pit stop, or is that a mistake? Oh, that was a big mistake from the 49 car on the exit of turn number 2. So that's dropped them down to 4th place in GTC. Go ahead, Alvin.
And that was definitely lucky for the number 49. What just happened to them? Usually when you lose it kind of like on the entry or maybe mid-corner, but losing it on the exit right when you're getting on the power. So really lucky for them that they didn't go into a wall, but definitely they lost a lot of time now, and running in P number 4, battling here with the number 66, the Blackadder Motorsports, for the final step in the podium.
Yeah, they certainly are, and well, down the straight here they go into turn number 1, and just having to compose themselves. Of course, we are into the final part of this race, and it's been a drama-filled race as this one been instant. There's been all sorts of shenanigans going on with this race. 46 cars still running from a 56 car grid, so it's really good to see that many cars still running in this event. Team Vikings, the 73 car, having to try and make a recovery drive. They're behind the Unicorn Endurance car, who had just pitted but what, a lap ago, 2 laps ago, and well, this is it. This is towards the end of the race now, and we've got to take into account that no more cautions in this race as a car goes flying off, and we've got more shenanigans going on into the turn number 10 with that 73 car. Nothing happening though, nothing major happening between them, but yeah, all sorts of shenanigans, but no more cautions now, Alvin. We're green to the end.
Green to the end indeed, and this battle between the 63 and the 73 really heating up for P number 12, trying to go around traffic and maybe going 3 wide going into turn number 1, but the 60 sides no, and the 73 definitely does take the advantage, and that unfortunately one of the GTE cars decides to bail out. They didn't really want to get anything from this.
Yeah, they certainly want to avoid any sort of incident towards the end. You've made it this far, you don't want to have it go wrong for you at the end. Well, here we are, these final 20 minutes remaining in this race, and you have to say that the team out in front, Alex Ellis behind the wheel, Blackadder Motorsport, they've done a fantastic job at the front there, as well, Team Delta, 49 Motorsports and 49 still trying to battle their way through, but Blackadder Motorsports out front, they've always seemed to have the pace in this race.
They certainly have, and you know, for the 160, I think this is the race that they were looking for to finally break into the prototype class, because we've seen pretty much this class being dominated by things like Pure Racing, Team Fusion, and Simatalk Esports. So for Blackadder Motorsports to finally come in and actually get a win in prototype class, I think that is definitely something that they are looking forward to. Now, looking here in a battle for P3 in your GTE class between the 66 and the number 49, as they get out of Swan Corner, it looks like the 49 may get a run here on the number 66. Tuck right behind them, but trying to get around a slower car here as they go into Wuhan Corner. So the 49 definitely not getting the run that he wanted to.
Yeah, not the lead that they wanted to get at all, but not the run, certainly, should I say. But it's still ongoing is that battle. Fusion Racing, how do they stand with their lap count in terms of their stint? Because they're pushing the stint to the end. They've got a 18-second gap over third place in the race. Do you think they can make it to the end, or do they definitely need that splash and dash, Alvin?
That is a really interesting call here for the number 22. Like I said, I think they have rolled the dice pretty much. So this is pretty much you have to go with the strategy and try to make it to the checker flag as they are running right now. They're running in P number 2. It's not a bad finishing place after all, but they also have to be thinking championship.
Yeah, you do want to think championship, and you do want to make sure that you get those vital points towards the end of the series, because points, you know, they make prizes. You want to be the ones to pick it up at the end there, and certainly it's interesting to see sort of what the teams do, because really you want to push on, and you want to get moving on as well as you can, and get that one on as the 39 car has passed the 66.
Actually, the 49.
49, sorry, has passed the 66 for position. So that means that's up to third place now for Delta Motorsports. Dexter Castro up after that incident, that big drama at turn number 2 for them, losing control on the exit there. And they're lucky that the track temperature is quite cool here, because that means that they're able to just take it easy get their tyres back under temperature, because those rear tyres will have been screaming after that slide that they had. They would not have wanted to have been taking full power straight away in that car.
Definitely, yes, and for this race, I think it's also good that the temperature is quite low. So if an incident like the one that Delta 49 Motorsports just had, you'll get a chance to cool the tires and all that. But also, I think it's been really hard for many of the teams, especially if you come into the pits and change tires, try to keep those tires under temperature. I think that's been one of the biggest challenges here today. Hence, I think why we have seen so many teams doing double and some even triple tinted tires.
Well, here we are then, into the final 16 minutes of this race, and these guys they've been pushing hard all the way through. Kind of Motorsports, the 66 is not giving up on this one, and they're trying to get that one to the end. They're trying to get that podium position. They want it and they need it. They want every position that they can get in this one. Of course, the standings going into this round, of course, there is different categories for the different teams. So there is in each class there is a Pro and an Am teams championship, and well, at the moment the 66 car in that 4th place, they're in a good spot really, because they were going into this one in the lead of the championship, but they're by 6 points ahead of Fusion Black. TNT Racing Gold, they've had a terrible day today, so not going to be affected by them. And SimRC.E Melon, who are leading GTE, they were 4th place going into this round of the championship. So really, that battle for that Pro GT class gonna be hard. And the 92 is coming onto pit road. That's the Roadbusters Green. They couldn't quite make it to the end here of this one. We are going to keep an eye on, well, Fusion Racing have made a pit stop, 7.8 seconds, so Simmertok are ahead now by 11 seconds ahead of the 22 car, so they couldn't make it to the end there, Alvin. They needed that little splash and dash.
Gonna make it in P, but running in P3 right now, and it kind of seems like they are closing the gap to the number 1 as it stands right now, so definitely the race for them is definitely not over for P number 2.
Well, it's come down already because of traffic getting involved there. Now the Fusion Racing do have to go through that same traffic themselves, so really, it's all about just working your way through, trying to make it work, trying to get to the end. And the 66, the 49, still going at it. The 49 losing position because of the traffic, of course. And well, these two, they're inseparable at the moment between the two of them. The 49 is actually ahead of the 66 there on track, so 49 able to hold on to 3rd place for the time being in this one, but certainly these two inseparable as we're heading in towards the closing minutes of this race, as they're going side by side in towards Honda Corner. Once again, not able to make the move is the 66 car, so they're staying behind for the time being with 12 minutes 45, 43, 42 seconds remaining in this one. We're getting towards the end of this one, and really it's all about these small battles now, just the 1 or 2 battles on track where you will see pretty close racing. Things like Top Prix Racing, the 182, they're battling away with F4H as well for position in GT class, so a couple of battles in the GT class, but certainly the 49 car, Dexter Castro, trying his best to hold on to that final podium position here. But Alvin, we're heading into this final 12 minutes. Anything could still happen in this race, but really it's sum up this race for us, because it's been just absolutely all on from minute go.
It's been pretty much all, the word goal has been pretty much the word of the day here as the green flag drop it. The number 22 definitely taking all types of racing here, splitting a GT and a GTC car as he went into stoner corner. So definitely trying to close that gap to the number 1 Semi-Truck Esports, but I think they're gonna get caught here coming into Siberia, and I think this is what they were not looking for.
I tell you what, Fusion Racing, they're absolutely giving it some. They've caught up a bit of time on that last lap, about 2.4 seconds. They caught up on that last lap, been caught out by just that little bit of traffic there. But here's the deal with Fusion Racing. They are, in second place in the championship behind Simi-Tok Esport number 2. If they can get past the number 1 car and get up in second place, that'll just help them gain those few extra points to be able to push themselves up towards the front of the championship in the Prototype Pro. So definitely it's not over yet. They want to get to the end, and of course they know that they can make it to the end now because they had that final splash and dash.
And definitely I think that is a risk worth taking here in the last 10 minutes of the race. I think the number 22 is catching traffic at all the right places, so that is definitely an advantage for them. Unlike the number 1 Simi-Tok Esports, that definitely getting traffic at all the places that they really didn't want to go.
Absolutely. So round Honda corner goes to 22. I feel so slow in this prototype car around there, and you feel that the GT cars and the GTC cars can actually go through that corner a little bit better, because these prototypes are not really meant for really slow hairpin corners. They're meant for more sort of high speed sections of track where the aerodynamics will take effect, as the 22 now making around past the FH car and making up yet another time on the Simi-Tok car. Now the Simi-Tok number 1 car is going to be coming across the line very shortly. We'll be able to give you the lap time there. So the lap time across the stripe is a 1 minute 19.738. The Fusion Racing car 1 minute 18.849. So that's 9/10 of a second there gained back on the Simi-Tok Esport number 1 car. We've got 9 minutes remaining. We've got a car that's crabbing. That's the number 11 car is crabbing along there. That's the Race for Cat Motorsport red car. They're trying to crawl that car towards the end of the race here, but they're at 90 degrees right hand down. That is not going to be a pleasant car to drive, and something major must have happened to that car to be in such a bad state.
Definitely what they were not looking for, but the number 22 still making lots of time here. The advantage right now is only 3.2 seconds between the number 22 and the number 1 for P2 on your prototype class. Definitely Neil Andrews giving it everything they got. Emmanuel Galliner also trying to do the best he can. He's trying to clear traffic here left and right. He's gonna get, he's able to clear the number 127, and he should be able to get past the number 67 coming here into the start finish line.
Across the line they go once again. So that last lap, Simi-Tok 120.4, Fusion Racing 119.8. So another 6/10 of a second gained there on them, and this is just what it's showing that Fusion, they're absolutely pushing it to the limit. They're running out of time here. They're running out of laps as well, and really this one is going to be tight towards the end here between these two. The battle for third place in the GT class, by the way, that's gone up to about a second now, so those two aren't battling. Your GTC class, there's no battles going on there at the moment. A Race for Cat, credit to them, they've made it back to the pits now. So that crabbing car, I think that's the end of their race today with that one. But yeah, Fusion Racing, looking at this, 3.4. Now, Simi-Tok haven't really had any traffic really on this lap. So they've been able to get the hammer down, and they've been able to push. And looking at my driver tracker, the map that we have here, there's not really any traffic now for quite a while for that number 1 car, so they can really start putting the laps in, and it shows they went and gained 2.4 seconds on Fusion Racing that last lap. So clear track, they've got the pace there, Alvin.
Definitely they got the pace, but Neil Andrews putting that pressure as well here, closing the gap 10 by 10 now under 3 seconds, and they will have clear track for pretty much this lap now. So now we will have a pretty good idea what is the real pace of these two cars, and we will definitely see who has the advantage in terms of pace.
Yeah, we certainly will. Through the left-hander at Siberia goes Fusion Racing, Neil Andrews. He is giving it absolutely everything, and why wouldn't he? He's got the chance for second place. He's got the chance of maybe taking the lead of the Prototype Pro Championship. And, well, looking through here, round that tight right-hander, through the sweeping left-handers now. The run through the final corner, turn number 12, is so important to carry as much speed down the Gardner Straight as possible. They've had no traffic this lap. This is where we get to see the true pace of these two cars. Again, a 1:18.0 and a 1:17.444. That's the fastest lap that the Fusion Racing team have set this race here. So they are absolutely giving it everything. There is not an ounce left in that car. They're only actually 0.04 of a second slower than the fastest lap of the race with that one. So they are giving it all, and it's down to 2.2 seconds as we reach the final 5 minutes of this race. The lead of the race is Blackadder Motorsports. Valkiva, the 168 car, they are 56 seconds ahead of Simotok Esport number 1. Then in third place, Fusion Racing, closing that gap down still, 1.8 seconds now it is, as they go towards Lucky Heights. Simotok Esport number 2 is in 4th place, with F4H Racing in 5th, German Sim Racing.de in 6th, with Chaos Brigade in 7th, NAB Racing in 8th place. Your SimRC.de Melon are in the lead of GT class, 35 seconds ahead of Fusion Black in 2nd place. 3rd place is still battle going on between Delta 49 Motorsports and BAM, the Blackadder Motorsport Wakiva 66 car. The 33 of VAPEX Racing Group GT Red is in 5th place, and I'm going to stop talking about that because the Simotok number 1 car has caught up to an absolute gaggle of cars here. Has he made it through at the right time? Well, Fusion's going to get nicely past the first one of that cars, and Blackadder Motorsport are on pit road. The leader is on pit road. He's obviously having to do a splash and dash here towards the end of this race. He should be able to come out in the lead. He's got the gap there. But look at this now. Fusion Racing, coming up behind these black markers. And Blackadder Motorsport doing a driver change at the end here. They obviously felt comfortable in the gap that they had there. So Scott Corbin has got into the car. Maybe they're pushing for driver time, I don't know, but concentrating this battle for second place in your race here. They're coming round towards the end of the lap here, and Fusion Racing got caught up behind traffic. Blackadder Motorsport just leaving their pit box now, back up and running. They were 31 seconds on pit road. They're going to come out. Simotok just come across the line now. They're 8.6 seconds. In fact, no, it's dropped down to 6 seconds behind your race leader here. Fusion, 0.8 seconds behind. They were half a second faster on that last lap with 2.5 minutes remaining in this one, Alvin. And we've got, what, about 3 laps remaining in this one.
If you want to have an idea how fast Fusion Racing is pushing, the lap before they caught up to traffic, they set up the fastest lap of the race with a 1:17.295. So definitely Fusion Racing getting their job done, but Simotok Esports out there, Emmanuel Galliner doing an even better job trying to clear traffic, but Neil Andrews definitely going now. I have to mention the 168. That was something that I wasn't really expecting. Perhaps it could be some hardware troubles for the number 168 that they were having. Regardless, it kind of shows that the pace that they have been having today, they They are just right now 4.7 seconds ahead, so that is relatively safe. We are just under 2 minutes to go, so we should be getting the white flag at any point. Well, the number 168, it's coming into the start finish line right now, so next time by will be white flag.
Yeah, so we've got about 2 laps remaining in this one. GT car almost taking out Fusion Racing there on the exit of the final corner. Fusion once again were 2.2 seconds faster than Simatoki Sport number 1 car. As Simatok having to just look after the fuel just that little bit, just to make sure they get to the end here. They shouldn't really need to, but certainly they can't keep the pace that Fusion Racing are giving, that's for sure. In your GTC, it's still Top Prix Racing Radio in the lead, ahead of Berlin Simsport number 87 in second place, SimRC.de Lemon and Kiwi third and fourth, with Berlin Simsport 194 in fifth, Aggie Motorsports in sixth, with Peregrine Yellow in seventh, with Probatum Racing Academy in eighth place. That's the GTCs there, but look at this now, second place overall. We've got traffic involved in this one, and here they're going off track onto the grass there. Very, very risky. We've got 30 seconds remaining on the clock, so we're going to have one more lap. It's going to be an absolute grandstand finish to this race here for second place overall. Around the final corner they go. Fusion Racing, they've got the slipstream, they've got traffic ahead as well. We're on to the white flag, final lap of this race, and Fusion Racing making the move for that second place. Around the outside of turn number 1 they go. They're going to take that place. Fantastic driving there from Neil Andrews. It's not over yet though, because Simatok making the move, but they're onto the grass, run out wide, chalk that one off for Fusion Racing. They've got the position, and Simatok fall down to third place there, Alvin.
Fantastic move there by the number 22 going into Duhan corner, but then they were caught in a situation where they were gonna be boxed behind the Porsche right in front of them, and well, I think they decided to kind of go a little bit too aggressive and did a hip check on the number 1, and that pretty much seals the fate of that P number 2. So Neil Andrews, after all the job that he has done, I will have to say, great job on him to for the work that he has done. But let's not take away from the job that the number 168 has done.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 168 is coming round the final corner now. Round number 3, 4 hours of Phillip Island here in the DGFX Racing Series is going to be taken by Scott Corbin in Blackadder Motorsport Workiva. What a race for them. Second place will be Fusion Racing, with Simatok eSport number 1 in third place. SimRC.de Melon in your GT field. They're going to come round the final corner now to see that checkered flag, and it's going to be a win for them in their class. Second place then is going to go to Fusion Black, you would imagine. Delta and BAM are still battling away for third place in category. Well, Top Prix Racing Radio, they have won that category in the GTC field ahead of Berlin Simsport in second place, with SimRC.de Lemon coming across the line now. Dexter Castro heading towards the end of the race here in third place in GTE field, and he's done a fantastic job to hold on to that place from under intense pressure, and he's going to come round that final corner and he's going to get onto the bottom step of the podium. Well, what a way to finish it off, and what a race we've had here, Alvin. Fantastic, great to watch, drama all the way through, but Fusion Racing, whew, what a final section of the race that they had.
Definitely the number 22 was pushing pretty much all the way. They knew that they were going to be close on fuel. Unfortunately, they had to come back into the pits to get a splash of gas, and also a little bit of a hard stopping moment there for the 168 towards the end of the race, but fortunately they were able to make it here for the win in your prototype class. And also congratulations to the number 78 for the fantastic race that they had in the GTE class, and also to the number 81. Wow, I have to say they plus 20 positions that they made on this race.
Absolutely. So what we'll do then is we'll run you through your final results here, and in your prototype class it is Blackadder Motorsport Workiva 168 car who wins this one, just 2.3 seconds ahead of Fusion Racing in second place. Third place was the Simmersock eSport #1 car, and then fourth place was their teammate in the #2 car. Fifth place was F4H Racing. Sixth place, German Sim Racing.de with Chaos Brigade in seventh, and NAB Racing rounded out the top 8 with Berlin Sim Sport LMP in ninth, and Team Vikings Mona in 10th place. The rest of your prototype field on screen right now, and well, we will have a look then next at your GTC field. Well, what a race it was for them. SimRC.de Melon won that one, 35 seconds ahead of Fusion Black in second place. Delta 49 Motorsports in third, with BAM Workiva in fourth. VA Pex Racing Group GT Red finished that one fifth, with FRH Motorsport in sixth place. Tall Creek Racing Corkscrew rounded out in seventh place ahead of BAM Workiva, the 166 car. Ninth place was AOD Racing, who we saw battling for the lead early on in that race, but they dropped down to ninth place, with German Sim Racing.de rounding out the top 10. The rest of your GT field on screen right now, and well, we'll have a look finally at your GTC field, and it is Talk Freak Racing who win that one from Berlin Sim Sport in second place. 11 seconds between the two of them. SimRC.de Lemon in third place with the Kiwi team in fourth. Berlin Sim Sport fifth, with Aggie Motorsports in sixth. Peregrine Yellow 7th and War Dogs 8th. Probatum Racing Academy finished out in 9th place. Berlin Sim Sport in 10th place, and the rest of them on screen. What we will do then is we will just go for a quick break, and then we will bring you the post show here on iRacing Live with RacespotTV. And well, you've been watching the 4 hours of Phillip Island here in the DGFX series. Don't go anywhere. The post show coming up next.
We're all looking to bring as much of the real world into sim racing as we possibly can. Our SimCraft Tilton Pro Sim Racing pedal sets are here to elevate your rig, improve your consistency into and through the corners, and give you the ability to dial in your perfect pedal feel. Put your feet on the same pedals the pros use. From the braking zone to corner exit, get the most out of every corner with SimCraft.
Welcome back to the post show of the DGFX World Endurance Championship from Phillip Island. The 4 hours of Phillip Island, and what a race it has been. It's been exhausting watching that one. Congratulations to the winners, the Blackadder Motorsport Workiva 168 car in the prototypes. In your GT field, it was SimRC.de Melon, and in your GT C class, it is Top Freak Racing Radion who were the winners in that one. And well, we have got interviews, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it over to Alvin, who can have a word with the victorious race winners here. Let's bring them in here, and will be Alvin taken away with Blackadder Motorsports from the 168 car.
Certainly, yeah. So we got the whole team here for the number 168, winning car in your prototype class, the Blackadder Motorsports Workiva. So guys, I have to say, you guys pretty much dominated the whole race, but we saw that with around 5 minutes ago. I think there was a kind of like a heart-stopping moment with you guys coming into the pits. Tell us more about what happened.
Yeah, so the race went really, really well. We basically had a plan from the beginning, and we followed it, where I started and then Scott jumped in for the middle stint. The only thing is when there's cautions in these races, it really prolongs a stint. So we thought Scott was good on drive time. It turned out as we were coming to the finish, we found out we had to get him back in the car to do a couple laps to meet our drive time. But luckily, because of the gap, we were able to come back out in front and still win it.
Yeah, that was definitely a good strategy there, and good call here for your team trying to make sure that all the driver times were done. So now let's go back to the race, because it was pretty much total domination by you guys here in the number 168. So from the drop of the green flag, you guys really seem unstoppable.
I think it came down to basically the setup that we had. Around Phillip Island, it's kind of a conundrum in the HPD because the low downforce setup is really fast on the straights, but it's very, very twitchy and nervous in the corners. So basically making the car feel stable and comfortable to the drivers is a big deal. And I think we definitely nailed that setup. Fusion did to a certain extent as well, but I think we had a pace advantage over them.
It certainly was, and it definitely showed here. Now, the good news is that the next round you won't really have to worry about medium versus low downforce, because the next round it's at Le Mans, so pretty much that takes the medium versus low downforce question out of the window, and it's pretty much all low downforce. What are your expectations for that race?
I think we have some pretty high expectations. I know Alex is really quick. Obviously, he was a superstar here today. Alex is really quick, and we may even try to talk Cy into running a stint or two for us at Le Mans, and he's got amazing pace around there too. And it's one of my favorite tracks, so I think we should at least come in prepared, and if luck falls our way, then we expect to have another good result.
And I'm pretty sure that's a favorite track from everybody here in iRacing, and definitely looking forward to seeing the 168 and pretty much the whole Blackout Motorsports work eve again, which I have to say they really had a good day overall, even with all the incidents that happened. So just before we let you go, guys, is there any shout outs that you want to give out?
Obviously, we got to shout out to our team, Blackadder, John King, who's our team boss, and Mark Torres, who really kind of keeps us organized for these races, as well as all of our sponsors that we have on the cars.
Yeah, Workiva's a new partner that's actually joined the team, and then also Cy Andra here. He didn't get the joy of being able to take part in that race, but the preparation, building the setup, and turning all the laps to make sure that we were hitting the track fast. I think he did more laps than anyone else, and then he was helping us spot and engineer the car through the race. So it wouldn't happen without the whole team effort.
I want to just jump in here and ask a question of you guys, because we saw a few cautions in this race. After the first yellow flag period, you seem to get caught out by that a little bit with the yellow flag period and end up dropping back to third place at one point. Just explain what happened there to the viewers who were watching.
Yeah, what happened there? So I started the race out front, clean air. It really wasn't too bad, because whenever I approached slower traffic, I was the first prototype coming towards them. After that first caution, we had pitted. We took tires, other cars didn't, so we fell back slightly. But then I struggled to just get right through them quickly, because for the first time in the race, every time I was coming up to slower traffic, there was also HPDs in front of me having to make decisions. So a lot of times, say if I was going to try the outside line around a Porsche, now there was an HPD there. So it really kind of threw a wrench in the gears. So we readjusted, and then actually Scott was really good through all the HPD traffic as well. But it was just kind of a work in progress, and the traffic seems to always evolve.
It certainly was. Well, you know what? You got a fantastic race here, and you got a winner. So with that said, congratulations to the number 168 for their overall win here today. So thing with that, we're gonna get the winners in the GTC class here, the Torque Prix Racing number 81 with David Barraclough. So with that, Paul, I'll give it back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. David Barraclough joining us then in the commentary booth, and well, it is another win. Well, I say another win. It's a win for yourselves here. Just how difficult was that for yourselves around this Phillip Island track? Because being in that GTC car, the HPDs were just basically coming up from the start of the race, coming up to lap you.
Yeah, hi there, Paul. Yeah, it was a crazy race. The lap time difference between the prototypes and the GT cars, especially the Porsches, is so big at this track. And I mean, the HPDs were flat from the hairpin towards the end of the track all the way through turn 1 to turn 2, and we're having to brake for those corners a lot of the time. So it was really tough. But I'd just like to pay a lot of respect and a big shout out to my teammates who were both spotting for me through my stint, and they did a fantastic job of letting me know what was coming up, and I was able to navigate my way through it. Like, there were a couple of moments where there were some issues, but I saw them coming and managed to hold my line to one side and let everyone through. So it all worked out in the end.
Well, this is it. I mean, the key to this race, especially in that GTC field, is keeping a clean car. And looking at your car towards the end there, you basically it was pretty straight, was that car? So you did a very good job of just working your way through and avoiding incidents in that race.
Yeah, I think we had a really clean race. After once everyone got sorted themselves out, we had a little spin on the first lap. No contact made. I think at one other point, one other car just had a bit of a scrape with us, but no damage done. And other than that, we were just focusing on keeping it clean, keeping it out of the way of everyone, whilst maintaining a good speed as well. I mean, it was like you'd focus on race speed for a few laps when there wasn't too much traffic, and then suddenly you'd have to re-engage and think about the traffic for a few laps, and it was about like just resetting your brain between each kind of mode when you had to, and it paid off in the end.
Well, this is the halfway point of the season then, and you went into this round in 5th place in the GTC Pro standings, 29 points behind the SimRC.de Lemon team. So, you finished 2 places ahead of them. It helps push you back up towards the right end of the standings. How do you see the second half of the season going with Le Mans and then Imola?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a massive result for us in terms of the championship. We had a pretty unlucky result in round 1. We tried an alternative strategy. We got unlucky with some yellows, and then unlucky with my spotter dropping out and me not seeing someone. So we had a DNF there. But if we can maintain the good results, then we can get right back into this championship. And I mean, Le Mans, like anything can happen at that track. The speeds are so high. Imola should be pretty good for us as well. So yeah, I mean, it's everything's playful. We know we've got a bit of a hill to climb in terms of catching up the SimRC guys who've been, it's fair to say, probably in terms of speed, the class of the field so far in the season. But yeah, we're getting there. I think our setup was definitely a bit better for this race. So if we can find just a little bit more speed, who knows what could happen? Yeah, so it's brilliant for us, this result.
Well, before we let you go, I'm going to speak to your teammate now from the 182 car. 7th place in the end there, James, and a difficult race really to work out how it went. How do you feel it went for yourselves?
Well, although we were 7th place overall, that was AM win, so we were number 1 in the AM class. So for us, yeah, it was quite eventful. But to be fair, from where we qualified to still end up in top 10 from where we were, that was pretty good. In my first stint, I made a little bit of a mess of a rejoin and got us a 60-second penalty. And yeah, we came back from that and still not only won AM, but obviously finished top 10 as well, which is, actually it was pretty pleasing at the end, all things considered. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I was going to say that because the car does look a little bit bent towards the end of that race, that's for sure. But Phillip Island, it's a tricky track to deal with, to be that middle category of having to deal with the GTC cars, having to work your way through them, but also have the prototypes coming through at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. The middle class is not fun, and especially because the GT cars are no quicker than the Porsches in a straight line. So turn 1 is always an event because you've got the HPDs obviously trying to get past you, and you're doing your best to try and outbrake the Porsches into turn 1. For us, it's not a braking zone, so it's yeah, it's quite interesting. But I think we managed the traffic pretty well. Most of our damage came from, we had an incident racing the Blackadder 166 car, and that was our incident. So, you know, it wasn't down to traffic that we took the contact. So, yeah, I think we did pretty well. And as you said, Phillip Island is a really difficult track for this multi-class stuff. I can't think of a much more difficult track but Bathurst, really.
Oh wow! Don't wish upon Bathurst. Oh man, could you imagine prototypes going around that? But anyway, yeah. So both of you from Salt Creek Racing. Anyone you want to thank whilst you're in here?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to the team. Obviously Adam and Bram, my drivers, but also George and David and Phil and Sasha in the Sunset car that didn't have quite so much luck. But really good race and great coverage by Racespot as well. Your coverage was brilliant this race. So yeah, really good job, and thanks for everything you do.
Yeah, big thanks to you guys, and also the organisers of DGFX. In Carl's absence, I think yeah, they did a good job in sorting everything out. And the end of the race, there was a long, continuous running of green flag racing, and it was really intense with us. We were just holding on for the win, and that was really enjoyable. So I'd like to thank everyone for keeping it clean in the last part of the race as well. And yeah, it was a really good race.
Well, congratulations on the AM win in GT class, James, and also on the GTC overall win for yourself there, David.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so that's the Salt Creek Racing guys, and now finally, Alvin, we have got Dexter Castro from 49 Motorsports.
We indeed we're Dexter Castro in the Delta 49 Motorsports. Now, Dexter, I gotta say, with all the ups and downs that we saw on the GT class, and we saw you in some really good battles here in here today, talk us how the whole race went for your team in general.
Well, it was nice because iRacing did definitely improve the Ford's damage model. So all the little bumps and scrapes from a HPD here, a Porsche there, a curb there, little things that really are racing incidents. But in the first two races, those would accumulate to the point where we were just so far off pace at the end we couldn't we just couldn't compete with the Ferraris. So this race we were still on pace at the end, which was really nice. We managed to come away with a podium for the first time this season by basically just keeping it clean. I felt that like we nailed the strategy, but unfortunately that last caution just went so long that everybody else got to still make it on the same number of pit stops. We were going to have a full pit stop advantage on them, and then somehow the caution got extended out long enough, which I guess that's where the saying "you make your own luck" comes in, because the reason for the caution being so long was the same cars that benefited from it ignoring the league rules and passing the pace car. So I guess you make your own luck, as the saying goes. But in any case, from there we thought we still had it, because we thought for sure they'd still have to pit, but then somehow they managed to pull out 36 lap stints at the end when we were just struggling around at 34. And I know I'm not the most inefficient driver in the Ford. I know some who get 1 or 2 laps less than me, so who knows. I mean, you have to play with what you're given, and I feel like we did the best we could have.
It certainly was a hard race, but and at the end, finishing in, I think it was P number 3, that is not really a bad finishing position. So, I gotta say good job for what you guys did. Now, here's the good news. The next track is Le Mans, and I'm pretty sure you, Delta 49, are looking forward to this track, especially coming with the 4. I think it's gonna be definitely an advantage having the 4 going through Le Mans.
Not well, to a degree. I mean, it's tough. We'll have to really work on the setup because the Ford, when you run all things else similar, the Ford does have a little top end advantage, perhaps, but it also doesn't like accelerating from a slow point, which there's not too much on Le Mans, but also when you start to have to get more aero involved, it really isn't any faster in a straight line than the Ferrari, so hopefully we can trim it out pretty good and get that top speed advantage. But the problem for us is that our biggest strength has always been managing the strategies and the full course yellows, which there will be none of at Le Mans. So it will be just a straight up race, which, frankly, we don't always have the pace. We have to try and think our way to good results. So we'll see how we can do there. Hopefully we can still be competitive.
Well, considering the luck that you guys have been having this season, finishing here in P2 definitely feels like a win for sure. But before we let you go, guys, anybody you would like to give a shout out to?
Just everybody at both Delta Motorsports and 49 Motorsports. It's been a good cooperation so far, and hopefully the results will. Hopefully this is the beginning of the results actually showing up, because we felt like we've been doing the best that we could hope to. I mean, obviously, you can always find more pace, but for our abilities, we feel like we've been doing the best we could. We've just had those little bumps and scrapes over the course of a race, or even just curb hits, and it's been hurting us so far. But I think this race is a testament to how it should go if we can, now that the car doesn't just break.
Absolutely there. Well, Dexter Castro, we hope the best for you on the next round. So with that said, congratulations on the P2 here today. So, P3, my bad. So with that said, Paul, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yeah, so that was the post show there. Just final thoughts, Alvin, from today's race. It was exciting, dramatic. I mean, what else can you add, really?
I mean, this race had pretty much everything you could ask for. Races all over the place, strategy calls. It pretty much had, there wasn't any single part of the track or during the race that there wasn't any action going through.
There wasn't. Right, well, anyway, that's about it for today's broadcast. We'd just like to put a couple of thanks out there from ourselves, from Istvan Below for his track cameras for today's broadcast, from Andreas Wernat from Anwen Designs for the overlay design, Simon Grossman from Apgenia and ATEVO Products running all of our graphics overlay animation, and Nick Feason for his help with our live timing package. My thank you to Hugo Lewis for running the cameras, and for his cats for helping fix any problems that we had in that broadcast. And from myself, Paul Smith, and Alvin Nieves, we will see you next time in the DGFX World Endurance Championship at Le Mans. Take care and have a good evening.